Hello? Hey, this is Person 2.0, my favorite lurker. How you doing, bud? What happened to the 1.0? Hey, Maki, thank you for the poke. Oh my god, there's no one called Domino Dreams. I'm sure they're covered in ads. Doing good. Also, that's a long story. Oh, we'll be here for a while while we wait for people to come in, but no pressure. Hey, Demi-Do. Last day of Dice Dreams. Today's last day of Dice Dreams. I just saw Domino Dreams. It's by the same company. And I can only imagine how many ads they have. That's what I'll just say. Tokyo Ghoul Break the Chains. Although this one seems to have better... It might have better rewards. You only need to get to chapter 25. Let's see the, it's over here. Can I just do this? I wonder how hard these are to match. I want you to spend a lot of money though, Jesus. Yeah, what are you gonna spend those 72k points on? I turned off some of the larger redeems because I didn't know what to didn't exactly know what to do. So we have to think about what our next sponsorship's gonna be. How you doing, Demi? You did tell me. I'll go in here, but it's not. It's up to you if you want to join or not, Demi-Do. No pressure either way. Oh, dummy dope. Hello?
Hello.
Oh.
How Fluffy is doing?
Floofy.
Oh, very Fluffy. May I give pet to Fluff?
Please.
To feel the Fluff?
Yeah.
How about does cat allow pet underbelly?
Yeah.
Oh my god, the cat trusts me.
So, just a person. Where do you hail? Hey, Kichi. How you doing, Kichi?
Oh, hello, Kitchi.
Hello, Kichi.
Oh, but let's see.
Where
if
are you
Kitchi gets
from?
poisoned.
Just a person. Where are you from?
Oh, you rolled a natural 20, Kichi.
Oh.
You are immune to poison for 1 hour.
Oh, do
I'm
you
also
like
quite
Ace
fat.
Attorney? I don't know. I didn't know that Kichi. I can't
He
keep.
was here last time.
Yeah, I know. I can't keep track of everyone who's like part of it or not. Oh, last time was so long ago. On the east side of the U.S. and A. Nice, nice. Are you part of a state that we've already have someone from? Or can we scratch you off the map? I'm from New York, in case you didn't know. New York City. Hey Frey, how you doing, Frey? Frey.
Oh, hello, Frey.
Frey. Hey, Eepy, are you working today? Sorry, I'm just responding to a message. In this. Okie dokie. And come back with 10,000 points. Aw, thanks, Kichi. Appreciate that. A working being. Frey, when do you not work? And thank you so much for the like, just a person 2.0. Appreciate you. You can be my house pet. If you can also clean the house. Ray, have you ever been married? Or in some kind of long-term relationship of that caliber?
Maybe you should adopt Frey.
Yeah. Frey, do you want to be adopted? Nice. I mean, I was enjoying my 2 years solo before I met my husband. Oh.
How long do you know your hubby?
6 years now, maybe?
Wow.
We're about to have our 4-year anniversary.
Very good.
Just wild to me. Absolutely wild. I went to bed really early yesterday, as you know. I actually went to sleep. And I woke up at like 9. A little bit later. So I can only imagine how much I slept.
So like 12 hours.
I don't know about that. Thanks, 𝗟𝗀𝘀. It's not until November, but I appreciate your well wishes a month in advance. Let me check my Fitbit. I was actually charged for once. I slept 10 hours and 28 minutes. 85. Wow, that's the highest I've had in I don't know how long. I really don't remember the last time I've gotten something like in the 80s. Did you hear that, 𝗟𝗏𝗀? It was 85!
Very good, very good.
Can I get a pat?
And yeah, sort of pat. Very pat.
Oh.
A big pat.
Oh.
So are you feeling well rested today?
I guess so, but it's still cloudy as fuck outside, so that's like... Nah. You know?
Already getting dark here. Sad.
Yeah. Okay,
Where is everyone?
I don't know. So who are we? Who are the main people? Who aren't here? 𝗟𝗏𝗀 could probably be one. You're here, 𝗟𝗏𝗀's here. Who else?
That's funny. Thing that 𝗟𝗏𝗀 said.
Everyone ate, or we're still waiting till we're hungry? Wait, what? I don't get it. What did I say that? Pinex.
Maybe that's a expression for like when people are waiting for other people. I don't know.
He said it was funny. You didn't even know what he was talking about.
It sounds funny.
Oh. Haha.
Like, yeah. Oh, I haven't eaten yet, but I usually only get a bit hungry. Sorry, Yanning. I usually only get a bit hungry after 1 hour or 2 after waking up.
I had a bagel. Hey, Spooks, how you doing? We are, or not we, but I am starting to run out of bagels. So.
Oh no! Also,
the
hi,
best.
folks.
No worries. I appreciate you popping by. Means something. Appreciate you.
Let's hydrate. Thank you for the stretch. That feels good after waking up, actually.
I wonder what it says that I really needed to, you know.
Oh, bless.
That was a hiccup.
Oh, no. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't say that because Kichi is here.
Okie dokie, Kichi. You'll get there, Kichi. You'll get there.
That's a very Demidu thing to do.
Yeah.
There are those days when I just don't look at what I'm writing, I just click enter because I'm wanting to write fast.
I closed something I didn't mean to close.
What did you close?
I closed something I didn't mean to close. Why can't you type? Because you don't have fingers! This... Small ghost hands? Telekinesis? Perhaps? Have your peons do it for you? Go, if you haven't eaten already and you're actually hungry now, go eat.
Go, Kichi, go.
I'll be here when you come back. You're eating right now? You're eating right now, what are you eating? Oh, gotcha. I wouldn't want that. I'll start at 11:45. No one else comes. Oh my god, don't eat Demi!
Don't hit me!
Please,
Actually,
make sure to cook him well if you do.
like Kichi pokes me, gets a natural 20, becomes immune to poison, starts eating my mushrooms. That's unfair.
Hey, 𝗟𝗍.
Oh, sushi! Hello!
Alright though. Do 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 do. Great memory, Memorne. It's a tongue twister. You give cool tastes. Ah. I think he says you taste cool. Do. It's because my husband is rubbing off on you. I don't know. This grabber is shite.
Hey, Mimi,
Mm-hmm.
can you stream the game to me so that I can hear the music?
Yeah.
Yeah, boy, thank you.
I wish that the thing didn't block my screen, though.
What is blocking your green?
My screen.
Oh.
Maybe if I pop this out.
Oh, the Discord screen, like the little corner.
It's not a little corner. It takes up the whole thing.
Or
When I
that.
share my screen, it takes up the whole Discord unless I pop it out.
That's weird.
Someone lost their plushie. You found it. What does the plushie look like?
So, when my nephew was smaller, like 3-4 years old, maybe. I got him a realistic turtle, a plushie, and he lost it the same day while we were still with us.
What the fuck?
Because he was throwing the turtle all the time.
Like in the air?
Sorry?
Like in the air? Throwing it in the air?
Yeah, and I don't know what happened. Like, he liked the turtle, but didn't
Care
think he
enough.
would. Yeah. Maybe it was a lesson, I suppose. But he didn't cry or anything. I think I was the one who was most sad, because it was a gift of mine, and I love plushies that are realistic.
So wait, did someone give it to you and then you gave it to him, or is it just because you gave it to him?
No, I bought it and I gave it to him. It was like we were going to see, or we had just seen a place where you can see live marine animals,
Mm-hmm.
like in tanks,
Gotcha.
and I guess he was a bit older than 3. I don't think 3 would be old enough to appreciate it. Or maybe it would. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know how much it cost. It was almost 20, perhaps. Aquarium. Yes.
That star Charmander.
And the turtle was so cute. Ah. And now I'm sad thinking about the turtle as if it was a living being that can't
It
move.
was in your heart.
No. I hope someone found it and picked it up and kept it.
It reminds me when I was in Shanghai with my family and I was little. I had this very soft purple plush moose that my friend had given me before she left for, or after she left for Wyoming, which is on the other side of the country. And I had fallen asleep and we got out of the cab. I had accidentally left it in the cab and I was inconsolable. My parents got me the same one, but it wasn't the same.
Yeah. Plushies can look quite different from one to another. I know this because when me and my brother will go to McDonald's and we will get like those plushies, collections of plushies, one will look very derpy and the other will look more normal. And it was it was interesting to see.
I think that this came from 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀, which is a very high-end plushie shop. So it looked the same, but it wasn't the same because it wasn't mine.
Gotcha. Yeah. You had an attachment to that creature?
Yeah. And I always like to sleep with soft things.
Well, at least it was in a safe place, you know, not like in the floor, in the rain.
Mm-hmm.
You like to sleep with soft things, be it live or plushie?
Well, live don't usually stay still, and usually they are more like a rock, such as Misa. But so yeah, usually it's plushies. Oh, I'd taken out my meds, but then I didn't actually take them.
Ah, classic Wolf. She always remembers the meds.
What?
You always remember the meds, but you don't take them. Oh, the meds, of course. Proceeds to not actually take them.
I see what you did there, Kichi. Very clever. What did Kichi do? That's what I imagine you saying.
What did Kichi do? I know.
Oh, that means this.
I read the chat for once.
Yeah, but even if you read it, sometimes you still don't get it. Huh?
I understand the word possessing, yes.
Ah, okay. That's officially taken. Who are these people? Oh, whoa. Okay, suddenly it jumped up to 8.
Hey, Nanny, can you give me the rest of my body back?
I
Please?
guess.
Yeah. I feel like people can start asking questions, you know?
No.
Thank you.
I think Demi gets it. Kichi.
I got it, Kitchi. The ultimate poltergeist.
Let's see. Maki's here. Freestar is lurking. Jacob is lurking.
They're the big people. Let's go, yeah, boy!
It's good enough for me. Let me just get up my.
Neither does your fruit. What is that? What does he mean with fruit?
Talk about your balls. Hey, JK. That'd be gross.
Somehow I can't hear the game.
It's because there's no sound. You dummy. Dumb.
Shouldn't it have sound though?
No, not at this point.
Okay.
Ace Attorney Chronicles. And Journey Adventures. Game, but no, walkthrough. I think we're on. Boy, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And what we was answering. What? Okay, I gotta warm up. Yeah, we ain't doing nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? What sentimental story? Do the court. Oh, back. History. Oops.
Last time I left for dinner, so I don't know what was going on. Oh no.
Okay, so they're talking about how Graydon said he had a job for them. And like after all these years. And it's like, oh, does that mean Graydon is acquaintance of yours? And they're like, oh yeah. We grew up together. And then Ringo was remembering the old days with Mr. Graydon, also known as Ash. They're from the poor part of town. He was very savvy, brains. And that's when Nash says, remember the Mulverton and Skulkin milk run? That was a corker, wasn't it? And Van Zeeks is saying, save it until after the trial. Reminiscing has no place in this courtroom, and neither does your fruit. I think because they sometimes will pick up fruit and just eat them. That's very kind of you, Kichi. Yay! Ren's dog doesn't have cancer! Sorry, that was random, I know, but it's ended in an
Let's
ongoing
celebrate! Hey!
Hey! I hope they didn't be like, whoops, sorry, we actually mixed up the results with someone else. So fucked.
Your dog, who strangely has the DNA of a cat, doesn't have cancer. Congratulations. Something like that.
Yeah. Was he answering? He said, no, I don't remember the name. Quite the story. Maybe irrelevant. Let's see, maybe I was... Oh, wait, okay, so never mind. We are at part 4. Yeah, okay. Add to the testimony. My lord. I always have trouble with saying lord in some kind of British accent. Because then it ends up kind of like Irish or Scottish, or like, my lord, Yes, Callum.
Lord.
Yeah. The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital evidence. Could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more. A skulkin's never skulking. Milverton's Skulkin's milk run. God, those were the days. Oh wait, I had to press a new statement. Sending a dancing emote to Ren. Although we all of a sudden we seem... Also, sorry for my voice, it's kind of a little cracky. All of a sudden we seem to be up to our necks in the serious matter of national security. Although all this talk of interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage.
It would explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? The negotiations Ginny overheard at the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Winterbanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon on the omnibus with Mr. McGilded.
No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered.
If only there was some link between the two men somehow.
I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to making us... I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be with those two brothers. Okay, it's the new... I think we... I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business?
Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what it all was about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate. But on what? You can elaborate on the business name. So the business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved?
Yeah, that was it.
Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's it. Sorry, I was blocking a bot. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought clever clogs like you would have worked that one out. It's just... Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me why it is that only the mention of the name Milverton you decided to interject.
Because well... It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, the old man is struggling for money. His old man was struggling for money so much his wife walked out on him.
She took the name Graydon then, you see.
French will always be Milverton to us.
Milverton. That used to be your surname, didn't it? Of course not. This is a bumpkin. Bumpkin. Bunkum. Bunkum. Bunk cum.
Oh, no.
Bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you could rely on the testimony of these two thieves, Ooh, I'm stroking Theo's tail. Oh, stroke. Okay, I'm done. Sorry. Your communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have to be thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be very simple indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would seem that Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well. Yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things. And could turn out to be extremely important. I'm trying to remember the cane he had, because we kept thinking it was, not his. And like... maybe he stole it from McGilded. But Magnus McGilded started with an A. I mean, it started with an M, not an A, so... you know, we'll see. Plot thickens. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. Ashley Graydon's personal profile has been updated. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages— oh wait. Oh. Okay. I have to press state 2. You sure have a lot of fruit at hand.
Can we bite each fruit once? They get a new one.
Yeah. However, as the defense mate just has demonstrated, the music box is able to play a second disc simultaneously. Which means there's a possibility the device could in fact have been used to produce Morse code.
Objection!
My Nipponese friend forces me to repeat myself. The courtroom is no place for mere possibilities. Present the second disc of what you speak, or your argument is dead in the water. I just can't do that at this time. And may I remind the courts that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one on the omnibus when McGill did 2 months ago, striking a deal over the discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the bricklayer. Exactly! I have nothing to do with this whatsoever. So as my learned friend appears to be persisting with this line of argument, I presume the defense is able to show some connection between the brickmaker and this witness. He's got me. I have to find a decisive piece of evidence here, or it's all gonna be over. Oh, whoops. Listen.
Objection!
Actually, we should look at the... Case summary. Victim was found deceased in the last scheduled omnibus on the day of the stab wound to the abdomen. Details of the victim named Mason Milverton, male. Occupation brickmaker. Domicile east of London. Trial summary. Defendant Magnus McGilded. Prosecutor Lord Baroque van Zieks. Defense attorney Ryunotsuke Naruhodo. Conviction was assured that with 3 eyewitness testimonies. However, surprise fourth witness testimony resulted in an acquittal due to insufficient evidence. I might need to get reminded. I might need to get reminded, or you might need to get reminded. But yeah, so we didn't actually know the bricklayer's real name. Why me? I'm fine. But yeah, so like his full name wasn't clear to us until like right now, and I'm not surprised that Susato was the one who knew that. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? She's trying to call me. Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we know, the victim, the man who we understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker? That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say... Saints alive! Mr. Ashley Milverton, is not the case... Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have to be thoroughly checked when you join the civil service, and it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you've been illegally acquiring high confidential government information, and selling it to McGilded on collaboration with your father. It's been... I'm never really good at those screams.
That's good enough.
Thank you, appreciate that. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information from being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music boxes to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. And then, having learned of the situation,
You appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had pawned and placed here there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police and the other you never found. And so that same night, you enlisted the help of the 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀 brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the 2nd disc. Are you suggesting that the 2nd disc was inside the music box?
Eh? We never knew nothing about that.
On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched the one item and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated by using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was the only one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the 2nd disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Thence, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this has actually begun on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. By the way, I apologize. I feel like I'm a little bit lower energy than I normally would be for all this. I'm feeling kind of eepy for some reason.
Want me to slap you awake or?
No thanks.
Okay.
Because if you slap me, then I slap you.
I want, and I will feel awake. Oh.
Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Ah! 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Strome's waist. I agree, Kichi, but I had a bagel. With peanut butter. I want a burger! And the final bullet struck the calendar in the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon. That wound on your arm seems to be you seem to be trying to hide. It's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China.
Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon.
Co-create? I know you were saying concrete.
Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common back slump thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I've sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is? Well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀 brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Strome's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon in the arm. Indeed. Oh.
Indeed, it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. That leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder. Goodness! That's right. That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could have possibly shot Mr. Windybank that night is you.
Hold it!
You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I had built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I were there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You... What?
Can you believe the liar?
Order! Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. It is shown that your claim is false. You will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shocked the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. That doesn't make any sense. Goodness gracious. This is quite an extraordinary testimony. What did you say, Demi?
Tossing a gun out of a peephole. Isn't the peephole something small? How can a gun go through there?
Maybe it was a big peephole.
Hmm.
What's this? My husband brought me. What? Where were they? Huh?
He sent it, we received it yesterday.
Oh.
But I felt like, fuck if someone stole them.
We got two of our leather coats. Let's see. That we got in Italy.
Oh.
He's gonna try it on now. Can you play by play?
Yeah, I have to tomorrow.
Mine is black, and this is a brown color.
I'm brown.
So?
Brown black.
Does that mean I'm black? You said I'm a cat? 1 second, my headset came off.
Do you think so? Is it the same one? You showed me?
I don't know.
You think so?
Wait, come here. The leather looks a little different.
I mean, the color looks different to me.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Huh?
It doesn't look this. I mean, they might just say that, like, oh, well, every leather is different type of thing, but that seems like a very particular kind of leather, right?
Because the one was like shiny also.
Yeah, he's on a hook for me. He was putting his paw on my husband.
Yeah.
Okay, I am back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. But yeah, the texture of his coat looks a little, not texture, but like the leather itself looks a little different than the one that we had chosen, which had more variegation to it.
Does it still feel nice or just different?
So it's the leather coat, so the high-end leather. I don't know about high-end, but it's like, made by like a small Italian company or something. But
Yeah, it's made of real cow right there. Yeah, boy.
yeah, but I think it's not quite the same as, and also I don't actually know if, I assume that the design is probably the same as what he got, but I feel like the leather is different enough that it kind of changed the look for him. But yeah, it's been a long time since I've had something like that. Well, Frey, do you at least earn the big bucks? You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Oh no, Frey. Oh no. Are you like... I feel like you're working so much just to exist rather than to, save up for something. I don't know. And that's not like a criticism at all. I'm just like confused. I'm like, you work too hard for this. It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. Wow. I commend you, Frey. Oh, kitty cat, so soft. You're so soft, kitty cat. You're so soft. You're walking in front of my screen. I can't see anything, but you're so soft. Even your butt is soft. Oh, butt.
Don't touch the cat's butt.
I touch his butt.
No. That's where he poopy.
Nope. I don't touch the butthole. You weirdo.
It's the cheek. You touch your cheek.
I don't even know if you can really count as a cheek, but he's a soft boy. I feel fortunate that I can like, rub him wherever and he doesn't complain. What do you mean, yeah, someone understands? As if, like, having noodles is a... what do you call it? Not...
Noodles is the cheapest food of choice for poor people.
State of mind, that's what I was thinking. Kichi said it like it was a state of mind. Like, yes, someone understands noodles!
Yeah.
But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I did not commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered on the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that the pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat somehow is shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Such investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. What about, what's her names? What about Iris's? Huh? So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His eyes are all sound.
Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as a basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Runo.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we? There's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they tested it with the chemicals...
Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday.
Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot.
That's not Mr. Windibank's blood. That stain was from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution.
Okay.
Huh? Yeah?
Simple.
The design?
Yeah.
I wish we took a picture of it. I have a feeling it is the same coat, but the leather texture is very different. Like the pattern. It's pretty plain though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But like there's some lines there that you can't really see because this leather is very like one color. The other one was like no. Comfortable? Is it comfortable?
Yeah, it's good. The weather's fine. That looks okay.
Yeah, of course. take the dogs. I need to go back to stream.
I know. You're gonna be out for like 2 days, so you should spend some time with them. Otherwise you're gonna feel alone.
Spend time with who?
Dogs.
Okay, go. Babe, come on.
Guys,
Don't. Make sure to close the door, don't just walk away. Droopy, go. Droopy, go with Papa. Jupiter. Good boy. No. Thank you. Overruled. Lord Van Zeeks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once they find the blood on that overcoat, Jaina will be counsel. Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. This cross-examination doesn't go well. If I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were just jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop.
Hold it!
Mr. Windybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Right. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in my life.
Yeah, we were just regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. You don't like violence.
Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Rinko joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong.
I was trying to help me bruv, but the old geezer tracked me over the bloomin' counter.
So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and he was soon made him a scarper. Thus, the pair of you setting upon the bold defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you. Sorry, Gov. Sorry, Gov. When Winterbank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm.
Hold it!
Do you mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, although I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I look at my arm, I saw it bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as if I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windybank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, now, I don't imagine that he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't strike home. When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way.
And then he scarpered through that door out back.
At which point, what did you do? I pursued the man, but he shut himself up in the storeroom. I could see him through the poop hole. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. No poop holes here. Well, that's Theo's. I almost said dummy. No dummy poop holes either.
Nope.
No poop. The accused and oh wait.
Hold it!
Do you mean you chased after him?
I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this
Oh,
peephole?
Blender!
Hey, Blendy, you just missed the poop hole.
Oh no!
What about this peephole in the door you mentioned?
Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's a solid job, made of stout wood. How you feeling, Blendy? I had like 8.5 hours of sleep, but I'm tired right now.
Wasn't it 10.5?
Didn't I just say 10.5?
Before? You just now said 8.
Oh, I meant 10.
Okay.
But there's this is more than a peephole. This is just like a giant hole to me. But whatever. But there's a small opening in it about a head height that lets you see what's inside. What's in there from the outside. No, Kichi, that was Demi. Unless you're making a joke. Very depressing day at work. Is that something work related or not?
Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night.
One of my coworkers lost his 19-year-old daughter. Oh.
No.
Do you mind if I ask how? That's real. That's rough. 19 is so young. And what about you, burgling brothers? Did you see what happened to this peephole as well? Car accident on the way to school. Oh, was she driving? On the way to school, no less. Unexpected. I hope she didn't feel any pain.
Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov.
I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence.
So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winterbank take place.
Oh, I sent him lots of love and healing vibes for all they're good for.
Well,
hey Arab, how you doing? Everyone, I can't wait to finally meet my oldest brother's baby boy. So it's like your nephew?
you're an uncle.
You're an uncle.
Congrats.
Uncle Arab. Uncle Gunner. I wish I had better words to say in regards to the passing, though. Congratulations, Uncle Gunner.
Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and the young girl standing there.
The defendant.
Yes, although neither of them noticed I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man.
And then, what did you see next?
The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety.
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But it was Mr. Winterbank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no. It wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Winterbank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved.
No, you're good, Blender. It's been in terms of, you didn't bring the mood down. Like we heard that Ren's dog no longer has cancer, and then, you know, Bob's your uncle, and then
Bob's your uncle.
and then the passing. So no worries, it all evens out eventually. You didn't bring down the mood. We sympathize. Another.
You second that?
That's why I said we.
I didn't want to just be in silence.
Yeah.
Didn't know what to say.
Bob's your uncle. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. Indeed, Kichi, indeed.
There was no other gun found at the scene.
Calm yourself, Counsel.
Sorry? You must consider the events in order.
Order.
At first, I saw the broker and the girl glowering at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl.
Girl.
Hold it!
All over her? Yes. Through the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, the garment was sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Windybank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when Mr. McGill stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If only they accepted Curly's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't. So unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Father.
Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room. That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom's door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated. And then, the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. My R's are just non-existent.
Yes, it was yours truly.
I left the clear-up to my lackeys and left.
Clear up? We made a bit of a mess over the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our bloomin' mom sometimes.
Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull in the gate, aren't you? Hello?
Excuse me.
Gentlemen. Something wrong, Sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin?
Blimey, this D's out a bit of a hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him, he grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Why didn't you mention a third gun when we got down to the station? And why didn't you? 'Cause we didn't know nothing about it. Or the flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you?
Ad starts in a minute.
God blimey, look at the way he looks at me. I'm telling you, this dude gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone.
No, that wasn't like 𝗟𝗋𝗀 at all. He normally is all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, it was definitely out of character.
My lord. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself. Explain yourself. I have the results of the test that ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood on the accused overcoat. Oh, I think that ad's about to start. Time to take a quick pause. Now we're back. We're actually kind of
Time
romance.
to grab some. Time to grab some food then. If there's ads.
Yeah.
All right, BRB.
Oi, leave me alone, you nut.
But yeah, my accents have been a little bit subpar today because my energy is a little bit lower, and I haven't been able to catch the right for Van Zeeks and whatnot. But alas, and I've noticed that. I mean, it's not even showing that the ads are like officially up yet, but I saw the countdown, so it'll probably happen right when we think it's. We're like, oh, maybe there aren't ads, and then there's like smacks you with ads. So. Yeah, you're right. And now the ad started. Twitter is so weird sometimes. They're a myth. There they are. 𝗟𝗶. Oops. They're a myth. Blender, why are you saying? Are you trying to say Arab? And if you are, why? Oh, there they are. Okay, never mind. I'm dumb. I was just thinking of Arab Gunner. So. I want to eat. Too many voices for this game is fun. One of the few ones I know. What do you mean by one of the few ones you know? Who's the one? Like, few channels? Or like, few games that you know that are fun to voice? Or what's up? Oh. That is fun, making funny voices for. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Get that. Just embodies the essence. 𝗟𝗋𝗀𝘀. I'm sorry there isn't any
in-game music right now. Was sitting in silence for seconds. That's so hard. Someone just unfollowed me. What? Sag. What if I get under 400 at this rate? Welcome back, everyone. If I get under 400 and then I get 400 again, does that mean I'm... I'm glad you love my accent, although it's not supposed to be German, it's supposed to be Transylvania. I have done a German accent for the first Ace Attorney, and that one was a bit more convincing as an actual German accent. Oops. Because the Transylvanian is a little bit different than the Germans. I don't listen to me. Because like there was 2 characters who actually have Germanness. In the original Ace Attorney, so I got pretty those I don't know, I feel like a German accent for me is a lot more steady, a lot easier to just kind of put in there. Whereas Transylvania, there's too many rolling R's I had to just throw around. Just add Z's where there are none. Oh, thanks, Kichi. It's totally on purpose. I mean, they are on the... in Russian. Well, they are kind of on the same continent-ish, so... very important. I think it's, because usually it just depends on, like, how much of a recent example do I have of that, of an accent that's supposed to. So, for Transylvanian, I just think, I want to suck your blood, and that is how I go forth with Van Zeek's, or attempt to. Because it's like, I just need to know the patterns. That helps a lot. But I think I had to do like a... It was another one. I think it was maybe Russian. I don't know. We had one that had like a different thing that took a little bit more for me to catch on to. Just kind of waiting for Demi. My 2 weaknesses. Okay, try adding some Russian tones. I want to suck your blood. In Russia, bear kill you. No, you kill bear. Bear kill you. You both kill each other. Fist fight to the death. Thanks, Kichi. So are you saying that that's what I should do to kind of like let it? That's more Transylvanian.
Hello, Fluff.
Hello. Tell us the story, Blunder. Kichiko's making my head large. So large I can barely see you.
Oh no!
Only when you
It's so
speak.
large that it's going out of bounds. Look, the hair. Alright, what did I miss in the chat?
How about now?
Oh! Look at that. Smushy right there.
What's up, kitty cat?
You wanna jump on my lap? No? Okay, fine, be that way. One time my friend said his daughter was sick and said, yeah, Sissy was running a fever, so we put her in the tub. My friend said, I'm Soviet Russia, Sissy put tub inside you. But also, why did he call his daughter Sissy unless her name is Sissy? Like, is Sissy the nickname? Like, is her name like
Clarissa or something when they call her sissy. Otherwise, it's weird, bruh. Your daughter is also your sister. Sweet home Alabama. I have Theo with me. He's soft.
Kitty cat.
Oh, okay.
You want kitty cat? Bring him some comforter. Comforter here too. Make a nest for the cat. Kitty cat. Kitty cat. Anything for the kitty cat. It's making biscuits.
I presume you have no objection, Counsel.
No, my lord. Eh. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. I must give him off accent. Traces of human blood were found in the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me. My hand is on a cat, so I'm not gonna press the reverb for the duration while he's here. What?
I'll allow it.
Thanks.
See? What did I tell you?
Objection!
No, the blood on the coat is not Mr. Windibank's. What on earth are you what earth makes you say that, Counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, Mr. McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend?
Welcome back. Needed to feed the crows. Nice. Are they real crows? Crows are cool.
They are real gross.
They're real grows? I'm just kidding.
Gross.
They're gross. Gross crows.
2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was... I call it a bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood in the coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help answer that problem. It can't be done. But... he was Mr. Shrom's specially formulated... Mr. Shrom's is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I yelled at Piroski, the starving boy, and he ran away crying.
Random.
Huh?
Pirotsky, what's that?
It's probably some kind of pastry or something.
Erlach Shrooms is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination.
Now I'm putting too much Russian.
His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth start to finish. How did you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, as the witness says, The accused court is splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could have possibly known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It is the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Kitty, stay
Taking
with
damage as if he was a
My-
Yu-Gi-Oh character.
My lord. It's been a long battle, this one, but this old war horse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman. As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir!
Guilty.
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 With hydrate. Well, it would seem that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict.
I drank at the same time as the character.
Hmm?
I drank wow at the same time as the character.
Nice. Does that make you him?
Oh, it's totally me. Can
Oh.
relate.
Oh, you're so cool, bro.
Thank you.
The defense has constantly failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. Don't believe it. I've come so far. How is it all raveling on me so fast? How very distressing. To be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer? You delivered the report now. That it will be all, thank you. It occurs to me that with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of this? Look at that pose.
Shlomes. Yeah, boy.
Order! 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 What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. As well I would be had I not been set upon an errand. What errand?
Hurley, it's really you! You're awake at last!
Yes. Good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you would humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to share. I wish to give the young lawyer over here. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? Bray, what you need to do is you need to create a religion and say it's against my religious rights to not be able to have wine in the courtroom. What do you say to this, Lord Van Zeeks? These trials taking many hours of the court's time. Having spent so long already. Exactly! Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would be churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes. I've never tasted strawberry home. Strawberry home? Strawberry wine. That's the gay Sherlock Holmes. When I think of wine, I don't think of like strawberry or raspberry first. I think of something like Pinot Noir, Merlot, Cabernet type of thing. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Slomes, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man, and I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear that even that may prove too much to me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Ah, well, that concoction of mine is really just a bit of sport to assist in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. My husband likes cider. But neither of us really like beer, so that's why we go for the sweeter stuff. Not that we drink all that often, though. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furokishi wrapping? A leaving present for Mr. Sato. For Mr. Sato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions. When she asked me to do this this favor. I don't understand. Mr. Sato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means of both devious and underhanded. That you, Mr. Naruto, fighting fairly as you are, would want to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At the very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san, whatever could it be. What is this?
Oh! It's the machine I made.
Ah.
Meow. Look, I use this. My latest invention.
What is that thing?
I call it the cat flap-o-matic. It can make a cat flap for every furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to?
Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say
I've been a complete failure. Hey Wolf, how you doing? Frey's like, I don't drink very often, but when I do, I go ham.
Yeah.
What did she mean by that, Mr. Schlems? Wolfie, you're looking very cute today.
Hello, Winnie Wolf.
Frey, considering how I feel after I've quote-unquote slammed it, I can't imagine what you feel. That night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mr. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, my dear fellow. Not at all cryptic then. Susato used this cat flap-o-matic that night, but why? Cat flap-o-matic has been entered as a courtroom record. Shots. Your 5 minutes. Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already. I am grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. Oh, by the way, Kichi, did you actually unfollow? Because that would explain the one less follower, if so.
I think he followed back.
Oh. Drinking VR is funny, I'm all energy.
But I'm not sure.
Doing the Family Guy pass out pose. Oh my gosh. Okay, thanks, Demi. I need no thanks, detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend would consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile.
I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes.
the rest is down to you, my dear fellow. What is your plan?
The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make the wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests further exhaustion.
Objection.
Oops, I didn't read what I said. Jurors have spoken. Protocol to text. You may not cross-examine a new witness now. A new witness now. Let me just cross-scroll.
Objection.
What did you do to Kichi?
Thank you, Kichi. Not you. That means it was someone else. The defense is not asking for a cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, to continue one with one of the existing witnesses. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Blender, don't even think about it. You have other things to deal with before you start to get into VR. Do you even know if it'll make you feel nauseous or not? And thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily withheld. I presume you have no objection, counsel. No, my lord.
So nobody can say anything then. If Runo asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon,
The court is obliged to allow it. It's absurd. Yes, I'm your mom. Your mom, Sissy. Sissy mom. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit any unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence. I want to breakdance and VR. You know how like you have like a coin or something and you drop it and it like rolls on its edge? I just imagine that, but like a blender. Focus. Are you telling me to focus on the game? Is that what you're telling me to do?
What is this?
Is he telling me to focus? Follow. He's like, all right, but I want to see the story. Come on, man.
You're breaking his immersion.
Oh, sorry. If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Are you serious? I love it. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witnesses any further. My lord.
yes, my lord.
A singular statement and a singular piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands.
Bleh.
Mr. Slow!
Not Mr. Schloms.
Stands so insociently. I've never seen that word before. Before the court in a state of such a high fever. Either the man has an extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he is feeling it a bit low now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Slomes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then. Under the terms I've outlined, may resume the cross-examination. While these ruffians were jostling for the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself up in the storeroom. I could see him clearly through the peephole in the door. Oh, so that peephole thing, they're saying that it didn't even exist and it was because of the cat flap? Somehow? I don't know.
Objection!
I didn't see Blender's comment, that's funny. Kichi has a new occupation. Midwife. Midwife in training. What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel?
Oh, it's my cat Flap-O-Matic, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work out that for ourselves.
Oh!
But that cat lover contrivance has no possible relevance to this case.
Oh, really?
Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being the keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Ew, Demi, that's horrible. Perhaps it would help if I described its function in another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon, a peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork in the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Shlomes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it recently came to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door, I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much as my testimony. How else could I witness the crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. All right, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, It was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. That is a most serious act of vandalism. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, that in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. I love my VR stuff. Oh, sorry, I had to focus. I'll read that later. Yes, that filthy girl shot the man in the back. However, at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door. There's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Ugh. Hey, 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀, thanks for the lurk.
Oh, hello, what's...
Is there any credence to this revelation?
Objection.
None whatsoever. As my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly! This is some cheap trick designed to discredit me. Afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door?
Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can even cut through the toughest of doors.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Mikey, gooey, time for dinner.
Please tell me there's 2 cats. I want 2 cats. There's no only 1 cat.
Well,
Young lady, this is the old blimey. One does not make a cat flap in the oak paneling in the old Bailey. I'm not yet done, don't worry. Very interesting.
Why didn't we have anything to say about his testimony about the peephole? Because for us, we knew that the peephole was created after, and we didn't correct him at any point. Was it because we didn't have the machine to do it, to show it could be done?
I think it was just that we didn't know that it didn't exist before. Does that make any sense?
No, we should know at least what our character knows, right?
Yeah, and like he came in after the peephole was already made. But he didn't know that Susato was the one who did it. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean the peephole in the storeroom at Windybanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove it was.
no, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps my cat-o-matic creates all kinds of... are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the peephole at Windybanks are things an exact match.
Ah!
𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀's last for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it is my learned student friend's turn to be lost for birds, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Thanks, Frey. I guess we'll have to find out, Kiji. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of these facts. Yes, Belinda. For the sake of the argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are perfectly fit for this contraption. Frey's more than pretty cool. She's the coolest Frey around. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. Ah. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord 𝗟𝗪𝗀𝘀?
I think that what we're gonna look at the what do you call it, those pictures, the stereographic pictures, and notice that there wasn't a peephole here, but there was later on, type of thing. That's my guess.
The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now, the perpetrator has returned to her native land. She cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. As long as the defense remains unable to prove the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What? Indeed, that is so, Lord 𝗟𝗪𝗀𝘀. Well, counsel, I agree with Blender.
Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through.
I don't know if I can do this. But I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well, the counsel of the defense will present the evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of 𝗬𝗎𝗀𝗀's storeroom was created after the event and not before.
Take that!
What goes around comes around, Frey.
What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again. My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had a cause to doubt that she would have considered the scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defense's broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door in the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. Ugh. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies.
Ah! The Yuri on Ice!
Witness breakdown, let's go, boy!
Order! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond a reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That is not the only thing we know now beyond all but reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly... Good lord, there's more, Lord 𝗟𝗪𝗀𝘀. The defense may have established a reprehensible stance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. That's true. That's all. Yes. In fact, if you look at the circumstances, I'm the victim here. Oh, please. No! I don't believe this. They're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris?
You know what they say. There's no point in locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted.
Maybe.
Isn't that right, Uno? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're...
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony in the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency with your statements.
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely, the bloodstains were present on Mr. Lestrade's coat. That's right. The victim's blood was splattered all over when she shot him. But how could you have possibly known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's that the nature of the lie you concocted is so revealing. You're not making any sense. And let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously, As the cat caught your tongue, witness. The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Winterbanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course, The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. I gave the order to have the office working around the clock in shifts so we can get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have access to the shop. Therefore, you should know nothing about the peephole in the storeroom. So in fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
Good point.
And yet, its fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place with the people under the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van-Zieks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now and putting my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you, permission denied. Oh. It is not all the same to me, Inspector, not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by someone else. Hey, Carlo.
Objection!
How you doing, Carlo? Stop right there, my learned friend. I don't know if he could bring it out any second now. Don't count your chips. Yes. But the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we had found, there's really only one person that could be. Who is the person in question, Counsel? Who gave this witness the details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Eh? Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the past few hours. We learnt of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed. Preparations for his testimony were made in great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Gregdon would have no idea. No inkling that he would have suddenly been required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that under such time he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it was reasonable to assume he knew nothing about the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. They would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he receives the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person who had knowledge of the investigation they'd any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. Is this a bloomin' outrage? Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Have you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbroker. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they have been in full view in the stand where illicit discussions couldn't have possibly occurred. Ah! Oh, I just remembered something, Runa. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think when Ginny was testifying. Oh yes, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. That was during the testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to have been having some sort of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information that he needed. You little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the peephole in the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I do not need to remind the inspector of that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. But I...
Objection!
It is becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is his Nebuchadnezzar's student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing that he could have asked for. That must be it.
You know, you think it could be...
Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged dealing that Inspector Gregson made with the witness?
Take that!
Inspector Gregson. Okay, let me just check one thing. Okay, we're close to the end. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another, more important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top-secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets that are being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. Now, how would the bleeding Nora could you... We discovered that during the course of this trial, the music box deposited at Windybanks by Magnus McGilded, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely that the encoded pair that were in Miss McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So, I put it to you, Inspector. In order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon, in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Ah! Order! Order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Winterbanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatchamacallit. It is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over.
No, don't give it to him. It's mine. That is, mine.
I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in for evidence now. Scotland Yard's already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of the government secrets. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and to do it on the QT, secretly, hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you know that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realized that there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness, to aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. There's no other way Mr. Graydon could have known about the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. No! So you'd be...
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is as we speak here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? That's supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector would have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would have not accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in hand, the palm of his hand. Good gracious! What do you mean to say? Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession. He has the second disc actually on his person.
Yes!
The defense demands the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before, and 𝗟𝗍 hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please. Order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me in my profession quite enough. Ad starts in a minute. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts of my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it. I presume you are aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You have made the most serious allegation against the Scotland Yard here. I don't think I had to make any more choices. I think he is. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious.
Indeed. To have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Runo because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences.
It's true. And now we wait my eyes. I feel like my eyes are usually a little bit more open than now, so it's like you see me this like tiny little eyes rather than like slightly larger. She's like, why is she squinting? Now she's just sleep talking.
I know what you need. You need this. You need this to open your eyes.
Ah, force them open. Thank you.
Oh, I need to drink. No.
What have you done? Oh my god, that doesn't bug me. Ah. Okay, that starts now. I'm not trying to chug a protein shake. Fresh air makes you sleepy? Too many pants on with one pair? Why are your pants coming up? Carla, are you like talking to yourself? What is Carla talking about? Did I say something in my sleep without realizing?
I don't know.
I look forward to my room being clean enough to make me feel comfortable enough to have the dogs in the room if they want to be. Then I have a doggy cam.
That's a good goal.
We have cat cam now, but a doggy cam. But that would require me to get up, Kichi. I don't want to get up. I don't know, maybe I just have water.
Oh, what?
Wawa. Okay, good luck with your lurk. Or at the very end, I don't have to make any more choices. It's pretty much just watching and seeing it play out. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. This must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, Counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting the search of the inspector's personal effects? Okay, so remember what I said about not having to make any choices. Only that's not the case. See. Choose an option 2 or 1. Yes, the defense demands that Inspector Gregson is searched at once. Very well. Are you ready to proceed, Inspector? Be my guest, sir. And so a brief body search was carried out by the court bailiff. A few short minutes later, it was revealed that the inspector had nothing unusual in his person at all. Yeah!
Damn.
What? Well, you had Greg see before. He almost invited the search. It was obvious that we wouldn't find anything.
This guide was very tricky about that. Well, Counsel, what do you have to say for yourself now? Have you learnt your lesson? Or do you intend to embarrass people more in this courtroom? Oh, this is bad. Search someone else. Yes, the defense formally demands the search should be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned. It's your typical Nipponese stubbornness may land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough, I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the...
Objection!
No wait, I wanted the other guy.
The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson.
What?
Now what's all this?
It's the white man! They're all white. For the memes.
I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you'd want to search me. Oh no, Inspector, not you. Someone else. What is the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, Sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you.
Oh.
Be quiet, all of you! Reno's doing what you all told him to do and have courage in his convictions, so you should respect and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense's counsel's conviction. Eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc in the moment. There's only one person it could be. Counsel, who do you request to search now?
Take that!
Mr. Ashley Graydon, my lord. The defense demands that he be searched at once. Very well. I presume you will not protest, Mr. Graydon. En contraire. Oui, oui. You search Iris? I don't think so. So a brief body search was done and carried out by the court bailiff. A few short minutes later, it was revealed that Mr. Graydon had nothing unusual on his person at all. Oh, I had scrolled down too much. Oops.
How many stars do you have?
I started with
In
5,
total.
I've lost 2. Okay.
Take that!
Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never.
Blimey, me? Him?
Very well then. Bailiff, restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector? Scotland Yard has to object to the search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zieks, I have no idea of what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search. Now, hold on, Mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Ah, here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it, nothing. That is the second music box disc left by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? All those chips. Order. Mr. Skulkin, what do you have to say for yourself? Gold Bennett. I mean, it's just Gold Flaming Bennett. I swear, I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that Inspector traded for information? Mr. Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure, but at one particular point in this trial he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. Why, Mr. Graydon answered my questions. The inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did it and all. He thought me noggins was gonna fall clean off, I did. Hey Toto, how you doing? I'm the surprise witness. Hi Stimpy. How you doing?
Stimpy.
I was wishing I had been born as me brother, I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I give you hugs, Toto.
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned to grab me and whistled like that and started shaking me.
Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got down to the station? That's what he said.
He had it right down my ear hole, he did. My head's still throbbing now.
Yay, alive! The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity that Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Oh, bless my wig. He hid it. You... No, they haven't. The secret's being revealed that the inspector and Graydon and all of them are connected. I'm afraid I have to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc before he was after, then why on earth did he proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself had revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were: recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the Ministry, and do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush. A top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we are aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing that there was a chance that you might be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc and had acquired from the witness. Does this mean... He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense. How now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon? Are you prepared to admit the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it. Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon. Clearly, our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there is no proof that I passed the disc on to this inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of this is all about. You... What? Well, what about you then, Mr. Gregson? Do you admit that to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard Inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interests of the country. Whatever I've done has been in the name of justice. So as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that the justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a conjurer indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe this is the time that we put the matter to the jury to the final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and country, I must sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm still quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character.
Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idol, stop.
Detective was a very much trust in eyes. More than this I cannot say.
Don't believe it. These 6 jurors are... They're going to believe Gregson if they declare the decision now. Is Ginny going to be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Winterbank, or those stolen government secrets, or some evidence that forced Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel, I think it's time that I impose the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty.
So there's no choice then, Runa. You have to throw in more evidence at them.
This is it. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against, Gregson or Graydon? This is the choice that I thought that it was asking me to make before. Inspector Gregson, there's one final piece of information I would like you to see. Eh? What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you will leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit the deal he clearly struck with Graydon.
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGilda's particular music box? Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, the second disc we've just discovered in place as well. Goodness, this disc, counsel. No, wait! I can't let you do that! Why not? Because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why.
Objection!
Not true, Inspector. Eh? The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard from the court earlier from this music box report of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code is comprised of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. Now we have a chance to confirm the theory. They're crying out loud, Sunshine. We're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit to the charge? In order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness. You're mad. If you let that secret information out to the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please. A court must hear the sounds of that music box. Come on, Lord Van Zeeks, for Pete's sake. Stop him! Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I am a prosecutor. I am no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth. By fair means or foul. No! Very well. The defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen to this box. Listen at
The court will now listen as this music box is set in the operation once more. Is set in operation. This time, with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Exactly, Usk.
Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code.
Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want, just but for the love of God. Shut that bloomin' box up.
Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? Exactly as the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, we were stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with a deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! You there? You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that might make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances, so I accepted the man's proposal and told him the details about the case that should have put him in the clear.
Yo, he's blackmailed.
The peephole in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out that the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbroker that night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Winterbank. You... Traitor!
Did you just, like, pop a chip? What the hell just happened?
Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once! That's it then. It's all over.
Okay, we get it. ...
I despised my life growing up. Those thumbs were vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying, to better myself. One day escaped from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I want to drown them out with more money than anyone who's lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with a square talent, so you are. I've got money to throw at your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me in a little plan now. I was going to steal the Ministry's telegraphic logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the Ministry's communication office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. He made a little brick like you. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that can generate Morse code, so I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums, 10 years earlier. You, Ashley. It's a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man from the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him. Not corrupted him like it had me. I was sure he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, father. I need some music discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There's 2, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch me my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I got him to make me the 2 discs. Thereby splitting the information in 2. You are taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and the music box for playing them. Exchange them with McGilded for 10 guineas. And then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of the deal, the exchange of the second disc. Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon, for why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Millerton, was the one dealing with McGilded and not yourself? When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed deals with McGilded, I decided that to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb onto the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I sent him to make. He never knew. Just like I'd never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with the remotest knowledge of the man would have no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all of his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and the witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. Feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background of it all. I had made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything in his favor in the courtroom to ensure he walked free. I took matters into my own hands and delivered justice that the monster deserved. That tragic accident followed the trial here 2 months ago. Was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. Everything's ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? What's this, officer? This sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There are some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It is time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGilded that he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with a manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimonies. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But it wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes. I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly, it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was amiss, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Winterbeck's pawnbrokery. Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give the name, just hand it over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I've put the jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokers are very useful places, you know. Each of them is like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if he had taken the steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted that ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember it now. That when we first met you at the Winterbanks that afternoon 2 days ago, your description of this trade written down. How did you know who you were looking for?
Hey, Mac. I think it's a little too late for objections. Everyone's admitting to everything. How you doing?
From the trial,
Not
that
Mackie.
pickpockets...
Sorry.
No. Mac. Paddywhack. Give a dog a bone.
From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that.
Please the 5th? You mean plead the 5th? I plead the 5th. Spoken like a true non-American.
I realized immediately she was another of McGilded's pawns. He must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion that the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline, and he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Winterbanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilda's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing. Because it had already been forfeited 2 days... Oh. Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigations into stolen government secrets were progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilda was involved. Inspector, you've recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever he could lay our eyes on.
Thank you for the hydrate. I'm almost done, so when I'm done, then he can give you a recount. Don't forget to
Oh
hydrate,
no,
Demi.
I don't think I can do it. Oh no.
That's what makes it even. That's what makes it even better. Spare no detail. We had a full-on investigation going on the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. I just gave him Irish accent for no reason. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were there in the shop somewhere, so I knew it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo searched the counter, I had located the music boxes I sold to McGilda on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? A gunshot rang out into the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Ugh, I can't get my accents all mixed up now. I want to suck your blood. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what had happened, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. I'm sorry. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't even imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Winterbanks on that wretched night. Would have been a good time for a fart. Earlier, you called McGilda a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done here is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilda. Yes, I think I have.
Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord. Of course. If it transpired that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice, the fact remains, so whether you are not doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Yeah?
It's time for the final education. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garrett Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Oh, he used his head. I never realized that.
Oh,
I think it's probably someone mentioned it before,
Indeed.
but it was funny. It's just like, I see these fists, I'm like, where's his? And then thump. Haha, that's the stuff. I'm off the hook.
Finally, Reno, you managed to do it!
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure we'd come out on top for a while there.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet.
Eh?
What are you looking at me like that for? Before you started to enjoy your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider,
Eh?
2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilda's property, it seems.
Eh?
Why must we now lose focus? Oh, you're saying we're not, like, allowed to lose focus?
I've never done nothing of the sort.
Of course not. It's not like you're gleefully wearing McGilda's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Aw, just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Jenny this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense, determining that at that, when played together, the music box and disc containing a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that the government's secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... If I may say something to that point... Oh, if I may say something to that point.
It is, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all.
What are you saying, madame?
Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madame. An unhealthy level of obsession one feels.
But I must say, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those 2 discs were nothing more than that. Meaningless series of 2 different tones.
What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all. My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nuts? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain secrets. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. We know McGilda conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired by Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But that's really going to bother me. Miss Lestrade.
Yeah, my lord?
That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back of the slums. I beg your pardon. If you're weak, you pay for it, and that's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want to do it, if you wanted to change, you gotta do it starting at home. You gotta start how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank, proprietor of the pawnbroker business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Jean Lestrade, not guilty!
Oh yeah, boy!
Oh boy!
Also, could it be that the dad, the brickmaker, made the holes in the disc wrong on purpose because he understood it was a dangerous message?
Maybe. I can see that being a thing. That's all. Court is adjourned. Imagine everyone left there just having to stand down, stare off our ear. On a personal note, I must say you have surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, you saw through the grime at the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we are from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings, and we're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took these keys for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again, in the courtroom.
You did?
When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Although you, I hope, to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happens exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the 𝗟𝗶𝗸𝘀 in my retirement for service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Wah ah 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 ah.
Ah, ah, ah.
17th of April, 5:24 p.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber. Done. It's over at last. What? Where's Iris disappeared to? Huh. Oh, oops. Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew you were innocent. Exactly, Kichi. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I already told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one's ever has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean. Properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. Well, that's just cause I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in the trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal leaves a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure.
Crying out loud, pack it in.
But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunotsuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? The hot guy! Let's go! Pardon the interruption. But what the deuce does this man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice! Is it too late for the... It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ah ha ha! Yes, you see, it was me all along, I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling! Ha! Mr. Slomes! Ah ha ha! Yes, it was me all along, you see?
Shlomes!
I'd rather assume you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed, I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of 1 or 2 foibles of the doctor who tended to me. I merely made my knowledge known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough about my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts just rewarded, I believe. Clearly you haven't met Sherlock Shlomes. Congratulations is in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And, in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... An acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes, not alarming the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Of course, anyone who found not guilty in the trial, he was working on winds up dead anyway, is that it? The very point I was trying to make, as exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGill, in fact. But of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got what's wrong
he won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There's some coves like that in that bog trotter rotten to the core. At the end of the day, I'm him upstairs and make sure they got what they deserve.
I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another.
Well, I ain't like the McGildas of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, you see?
A trait in you which I wish is to be admired, Lestrade.
That starts in a minute. Wow, Frey.
Oi, just give it a rest, alright?
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room just as a bailiff.
But these dolts didn't even notice my presence at all! They had no idea! Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have.
In fact, you really ought to be careful about that.
It's going to land you in trouble one day.
I'll be careful. Ouch.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but won't be able to come, will you?
Don't look like I'm going to be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All of them offences. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bog trotter stuff, and what was the lug? Blah blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offence.
Diving ain't an offence? Is that job, innit?
I don't think so.
I'm just gonna keep reading since I don't think the end is probably anything super special.
Phil's got me thinking, is all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you don't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto?
Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket.
Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all lot like me from the slums. Something that'll make a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny. I'm sure you can do it. What is it?
Nothing. It's Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina, and good luck.
We should follow her to the gate to make sure she doesn't get killed.
Odo? Yes?
Huh?
What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Eh? Something on occasions like this. I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh. Oh yes, it's good advice, Ginny.
Right, I see. Well...
Thanks, Odo.
Cute.
Thank you for everything what you done, for believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Ooh. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well, quite the indomitable pig purse.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I brought the paper outside. It's a special edition and this trial's all over the front page. A pickpocket's innocent proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Not again.
Well, what do you say, Runa? Early?
As usual, I think I'd rather have the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
And there you have it. How are people supposed to answer that question? Says a lot about them, don't they? Doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright then. Maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record low of rainfall, apparently.
Well, that's good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news?
The huge storm has left seas very choppy. And the channel is particularly awful, so the sails out of the Dover have been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
Yep, that's right. So if we head to the station immediately, we may still be able to make it to wave Susie off.
But there won't be a train, surely. We wouldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't... The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. It happens to be aware the number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the floor in the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but I think it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria?
Damn, it's still going. 18th April, 5:32 a.m. Port of Dover, Wayside. Took somewhat longer than I had anticipated.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Mr. Sato, where are you? Over there, look. It looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Hold it.
Mr. Sato, wait, what are you doing?
Mr. Naruhodo? What are you doing here?
We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see.
Oh. I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted.
That's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it?
Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law anyway now, so I was saying my final farewell.
You were saying goodbye to law. You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it is because of the peephole, Miss Susato?
I deliberately altered the scene of the crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. It reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the start of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun! I stole Reno's armband.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't even notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapper-mat. So I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it, until I found myself in Windypeg's shop with it later that night.
How does one casually tote that thing around and forget about it?
It's the size of a cat.
I see.
And then... Ah! Mr. Shlooms! Mr. Shlooms! Leave me, Naruhodo.
Right.
After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play in my mind.
Storeroom door, you mean?
Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind the door. In that moment, the little device I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina that I simply had to know.
So, you used the cat flapper-mat to make the peephole in the door?
As captured in a photographic print of the shop. By one Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed, it was of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Although naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that the trial 2 months earlier,
the trial of Magnus McGilded,
I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because of the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Winterbank, even though I was sure she had never done such a thing.
You were worried about the true culprit would try and frame her for the crime.
That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there must be a way to see beyond the door.
For which, a peephole would have been the very thing.
Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap there was there, wasn't it? A trap? Is that why she did it?
So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made a peephole to anyone, not even to the police.
I know. I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Shlooms.
If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen having knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Mrs. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility herself. For your sake, and for less trades.
Mr. Sato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it. I lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime, but the moment I allowed myself to think that, is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied on the witness stand using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure she would have been acquitted in the end. Mr. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life.
Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too, from my regrets.
Well, we must be thankful for Mrs. Straight's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends here in the trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure.
But the revelation that the music box just compared secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration.
Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was.
Oh? It wasn't?
There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. She said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about a secret government communications. I doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher, I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite zero-pipe problem, I assure you. So... G? What?
Well, that can't really be a word, can it? How funny.
Wait. Iris, what did you say?
Oh, I just said asoji. Does that word mean something to you?
Means something? Soji, that's the name of my best friend.
What?
But how? How do you know that name, Iris?
I wrote it down in the trial before with the message that was playing in the music box.
She transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius.
I thought the message probably wouldn't be written down in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. It suddenly occurred to me, you see, that there's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added Morse code to use in their own languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying...
That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pentagram, isn't it?
And you mean to say that the Japanese Morse code, the message says asoji?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code.
Iris, would you please let me see that? Mr. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code?
Yes, I spent time studying it.
Of course she has. Why did she give you a sad vibe? That scares me. Don't give her a sad vibe. She deserves to be happy.
Because I'm quite sure Morse code would become ever more important for international communications.
Then might I recommend, my dear madame, that you focus your efforts on the English version.
Be it as that may. Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. But what could this possibly mean?
What is that long sequence of meaningless dots and dashes? It's made up of color trained from Susato-san's face.
There's no doubt about this message is written in Japanese Morse code.
So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications.
I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names.
4 names.
The first is K. Asoji.
Kazuma Asoji, why? Why was his name on that disc?
The second, A. Shin.
Shin? I don't recognize that name.
The third, T.
Guregusen. Gregson? Oh, Guregusen. Gregson.
Seems Tobias Gregson would be the third man on the list. And what's his name doing in the secret government communications as well? And the last name.
What's the matter, Miss Osato? It's his name.
It's just so strange, so unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. Last name is J. Wilson.
Oh.
What?
Wilson.
John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy?
Hey?
It says only J. Wilson, I'm afraid, so I can't be sure. Then, after the four names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all four. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runo came from. Oh, well... no. Not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson. There must be a lot of J's among them.
When are you gonna tell her dad's dead? Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. We can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. I mean, you could.
This is so strange. Somehow in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rode back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside.
Honk.
Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon.
Yes, it seems so.
I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change to a larger passenger ship bound for Japan. Yep.
Mimi?
You're really...
I need to leave for 2 minutes, but I don't want to miss anything.
Okay. What are you doing?
I'll just go get my mom some bread and cheese. She can't leave the bed because she's just
Okay, go.
Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah.
I'm losing my voice. This is time to protein shake up. Well, she can't get out of bed, so I don't think there's anything to run from. How's everyone doing? Vibe check. Live check. Oh, that's what you meant. Yeah. I guess you're right. Freya, what are the hours that you work? Do you like work 8 hours, like 40 hours a week? Or do you work more? I feel like you work more. Friday. Did it already happen? November 29th. Those are really long hours. Okay, Kichi. Do you get like overtime or something? That doesn't seem legal. I wonder if I always find you working, because you're always working. You at least get overtime though, right? Please? Please get overtime. That's still 4 extra hours though. I feel like you should be getting. Do you at least get paid for lunch or something?
Hmm. Rip. So those
Hello.
44 hours aren't including lunches? Hello?
Ah. Thank you for waiting.
You're welcome. Kichi just left to grab food. I assume it'll be quick, so give him a moment since he seems quite invested.
Damn, I'm really out of shape. I'm out of breath just from running around. 2 sets of stairs, up and down.
Well, what are you gonna do about it?
Nothing.
I don't know. It's not like I couldn't keep going, but yeah. What should I do about it? Proof?
I don't know.
Go get raped. Yeah, boy. Or do some cardio.
You say Cardew?
Cardio?
Like Stardew, but Cardew?
No, cardio is
Oh, cardio.
cardio. It sucks. Sucks for what? For muscle.
Yeah, weights is better for all that stuff. Cardio doesn't really do much. Yeah, forget Cardi B, cardio. Do you have any idea what that gif is from? The one that 𝗟𝗶ৃ laughed at that you posted?
Let me see again.
Guy's flipping his hair.
Media share. Oh, you're asking where the GIF, the GIF I posted, where is it from? It's
Yeah.
from some. I know that from the link of the GIF, it's something about Thor,
Oh, okay.
and I guess those other characters. I don't know. Maybe the other one is the scientist that appears in the Marvel movies. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember quite well.
It's okay. Where's Kichi? I don't think there's much more to it, so let's go. I gave them time. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Miss Susato, I hope to have you always by my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it.
Really, Susie?
No, don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise yet I've yet to fulfill.
A promise?
Yeah, but I think that he would probably... I tried voice acting with our friend Scoob once, and there was so much space between when it actually started, and like it was very disjointed. I don't know how Debbie would do.
About your manuscript.
We can try when there's a quirky character sometime.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh yes, the Hound of Baskervilles.
Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise.
Definitely, Iris.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
Do you remember the first time we met?
Yes, of course. On the SS 𝗟𝗀 when I was dragged from that wardrobe still half asleep. If I remember it rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown.
You know very well I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy.
Miss Susato.
And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of 𝗟𝗏 Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Oh, Frey. Don't make me blush. That was pretty appropriate. Good job. They were just saying goodbye to each other. There was a little bit of a animation of them. I have gone to get, what's that? Minestra?
Hey, Mammy.
Yeah.
How can we have access to the Titanic and the Titanic and the fart sounds and everything? That's using bits or something?
Yeah, I think so. It's through the
I don't-
sound alerts. If you scroll down, or if you're on a phone, it's one of the side things. I believe.
Sound alerts.
Istrian food? I don't know what Istria is. So, Demi, would you like to voice 𝗟𝗏 for this last little bit?
What is the accent you're giving him? Because I can't do it.
You can just speak in your own voice, just, imagine your Shlomes. Just go for it.
Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, Mr. Shlomes.
I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sew over the special express train, apparently.
Huh?
Caused such a commotion in the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we should never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and now it was all your fault. And how it was over.
Huh? Huh?
Nane? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But do not worry. No, but not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Susato,
You love defending yourself in court.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like that sort of man who would do something so outrageous. See?
Mr. Slomes?
Nani? Yes?
A word, if you don't
Word,
mind.
if you don't mind.
That's
Oh,
just
you're doing it.
No, that I was
Oh.
doing Ryutsuke. You're only Slomes, dude.
Oh, oh, okay. Why, certainly. Any word you like? Bellow it out, my dear fellow.
Oh yes, I love Reno's words. And just tell us that
I know just the one he'll use here. Then I really must say,
Objection!
he doesn't know how to do a British accent. And Kichi, you really didn't miss anything. Mac just asked Demi to voice a character, and so I saw a chance.
I can't even pay attention to what I'm saying. Actually, I'm not a natural.
Actually, oh, never mind. Let's just keep going. So I advertised for them with a sale of used by Mr. Schnome to solve an important case. And all the money I've earned consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. Demi always has charm.
I try.
I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooked is an overstatement. Some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts.
I find this character has such a big head. Yeah, physically, I mean.
Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions.
Exactly! Rarely do Koban coins hide under the rare stakes themselves. Well, Naido Nosa knows his father is an innocent man. What are you calling my son a liar? Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. Oh, they really threw me a curveball, didn't they? Bring it real back. Real far back.
It's been a while.
Having delivered the Russian dancer to shores in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. But at last night I apprehended this extremely suspicious Japanese national on the board. I've done nothing wrong! All I did was give Waga Hai's offspring refuge. His man bring some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal! It's not fair! Thank you.
Hello, yo!
Hello, yo. Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. He's like the... He's Lord Strongheart. He's like the leader of the, like, lawyers, justice system, whatever. The latest in the Rance magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say one line she wrote, I get a standing ovation. Want to hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Glug, glug, glug. The ladyship puts me to shame. Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. I must say, battling with these bally stairs every day has been doing wonders for the dicky peg. I managed quite well with the housework too. I got this maid taped up, I'd say. I hope gossiping neighbors don't realize that the man of the house is his own maid.
my Rolly is back on the beat again, and all thanks to the Reaper.
There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out small change in the gutter. I'm a better puppy now, looking out for the Londoners and their dropped half pennies, and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly.
Looks like I'm going to be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for Nata, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases what Sherlock's criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them.
This one is the voice I like the most that you did.
Oh, thank you. Cockney voice. Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets? Please.
Get over, bruv. It ain't the Ash we used to know. We got time and he had the plans to come back of Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, right?
The three must get whatsits milk in the neighborhood for all it's worth. Oh, I'm glad because I wasn't as, what do you call it? Confident with the prosecutor.
This past 6 months has been the time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that this is what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well.
Kiss, 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 kiss. Oh, thanks, Beck. It's like you get a little taster of all the accents. Thank you, Mac. I appreciate it. Aw, it's cute. Oh, I want to be a cat. I'm the cat. I want to be the cat.
It's nice to know that, oh, there's a character that you haven't spoken in that voice for so long, but you can still remember. Damn you, Flu, for making me sound even worse.
No.
Oh, where are they going?
Let's just say Memmy, Memmy cat, Memmy cat, Memmy cat. Memmy cat, Memmy cat, Memmy cat, Memmy cat, Memmy cat.
Oh, this is the way for us to see the heights of the different characters now.
Memmy cat, Memmy cat, Memmy cat, Memmy cat, Memmy cat, I'm kidding. Yeah. The ones that are alive, at least. I forgot about that lady.
Oh, same.
She was quite a character. She's so much shorter than her dad.
I thought she would be taller.
Yeah,
Actually.
you know, it's kind of funny how I feel like a lot of, like, Japanese media and stuff, they make the dad seem pretty decently tall. I mean, maybe if they stood against a Westerner, they still wouldn't be that tall, but, like, they seem so much taller than their female counterparts in many ways. I guess it's all relative. He's only at that guy's shoulders? Oh my god. I just imagine being Kichin just seeing these random pictures, like, what the fuck?
The big guy was the one with the snake, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, yeah, I was just saying, I imagine, aww. Oh,
No.
sad. Kichi.
Wait, this one is taller than Miss Sato.
I guess so.
I
Probably.
thought
She's
she
Russian.
was like a kid. Oh, yeah.
She's
I
a
guess.
ballerina, so you kind of have to be tall. To a certain extent.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, now you
Oh.
see her. Now she looks like the same
height or taller. Maybe it's just in comparison to her dad.
Oh, I guess they are about the same size. Yeah. I guess Lestrade is gonna be shorter because she's still a kid.
If she shows up.
Yeah, I think she will. What about Tsunade?
Or Strongheart, the
Course, that guy
bailiff.
is tall as well. He's the only character who has no light in this face because he's supposed to look cool.
Okie dokie, enjoy your dinner.
Oh, bye, Mac. Thanks for coming by.
Thank you.
Freya, what would you like to eat? Oh, he made a friend.
I didn't even notice that they had walked far enough apart to like fit someone in there.
Mm-hmm. It's nice that they did this in this game. You can go through memory lane. This is memory lane.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I thought she was gonna go first.
He's waiting patiently.
Is he gonna join too?
Hmm.
Probably not, but it'll be funny.
Wait, Lestrade didn't appear yet.
Yeah.
But she was part of the other
Yeah, she
case.
is.
Finally. Okay, she's tall. I guess.
This is pretty much as
More
tall
or
as.
Oh no, she disappeared.
I like how they animated Iris. She's cute.
Yeah.
I don't know what that walk is, but cute.
They're nice friends.
Oh, I walk to the fridge at 3 a.m. No, I don't. What is it from? Is it gonna tell me it's Doctor Who or something? Oh, fleeting farewell. I got the achievement for finishing episode 5.
Congratulations.
We got here
Good job on the
together.
voice acting.
There you go.
And for playing the game without the help of a guide and still succeeding.
Yeah.
Wait, you were watching a guide, maybe?
Oh my god.
No, but you failed parts of it.
Yeah, because I scrolled too far and I thought it was talking about a different section.
Oh, okay.
For those who are wondering, I used to not play with a guide, but then I realized that sometimes it would kind of ruin the flow too much. So you use a guide to kind of keep everything moving, schmoving. What happens if I click continue?
I wonder if there are mods for this game. And what will they do?
I don't think I recognize this. Not cartoon. At all.
Oh, I know this. I don't know where it's from, but there's a music that people play with this. Oh yeah, it's playing. Yeah.
So this is the next game. Episode 1, The Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney. The Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. Wait, didn't we have the Clouded Kokoro last
That
time?
existed.
Like,
I remember Clouded Kokoro being a thing.
yeah. The Great Return of the Departed Soul. Twisted Karma and His Last Bow. Final Chapter. The Resolve of Rainusuke Naruhodo. I want to see the thing. The Adventure of the Cloud Kokoro. So it's maybe we see that guy again.
Clouded Kokoro? What the? That's what the guy?
No, so the Japanese guy, the nervous Japanese guy, he was the main person in that thing, the main like client that we were defending. So I'm just wondering, I'm like thinking maybe he comes back, something. Should I start the next one? Or should I leave it?
I mean, I'm kind of interested to see which characters show up.
Let's
I don't know.
Oh my god. Oh. Oh, he died.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital. You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court. Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
I find myself faced with an awful crime. This is much more like Ace Attorney, like that black and white,
So
like
I came
flashing.
here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court for the only time in my life as a lawyer. So please, I ask for your guidance. Kazuma-sama.
Oh, Kazuma-sama. Kazuma-sama.
Hey, Mimi.
Yes.
I think I got my first ad ever, but it's an ad that appears on the right side of your stream.
Oh.
Let me show you how it looks like.
I
don't know.
It's that monumental you have to show me your ad.
Look. First time I see something like that.
Oh my god. You're growing
I'm
up.
giving you money.
Oh.
I'm gonna make you rich. I
Oh.
watched it.
Oh.
I'm gonna buy it.
Oh. I wish that's how it worked. 13th August, 8:28 a.m. Supreme Court of Judiciary Defendants Antechamber 3.
Here I am again after 9 months. The Supreme Court's Judiciary of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself.
Ah, good, you're here. It doesn't do good for a lawyer to be late. Oh.
Yes,
Good morning, sir. I hardly recognize you. You got a fine figure, counsel. But you do look white as a sheet.
And those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either.
Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous. I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born.
Goodness, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say.
𝗟𝗋𝗻𝗀𝘀, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who earlier in his life traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me? Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in the court today?
Yes. Yes, that's right, miss.
Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear in my life. It's a complete fabrication, this whole thing.
Ray Membami.
Born same year as I, and my greatest friend. Although unusual for a woman of our time, she works at the University Research Laboratory, helping my father. And sadly, she's a defendant in today's trial, accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling all right? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Oh my, well, it's just that you look so gallant and dashing. Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, well, it makes me feel rather bashful.
Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work.
Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikotoba?
Even your best friend can't see the disguise. I think we can relax.
Disguise?
Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father.
Father? What? Is that you, Susato?
I'm so sorry. I didn't say anything sooner, right?
It's just, no! What are you doing? What's going on? What? That varsity uniform, the varsity cap, the varsity cape, the varsity badge. Look at you. You look for all the world just like a student at the Imperial Yume University. A male student.
What are you saying to, Chikichi?
I'm so glad you think so. It means that my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke up at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that?
Well, you see. Hey Zen, how you doing? Also, for context, the character we're playing right now is female, but she's dressed as a male. It was the only way. The only way she could be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial.
My defense?
Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at being born in this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. How you doing, Zen? Despite the fact that the laws in the land apply to all people, male and female alike. I'm good, how are you? We already asked you that. Oh, glad you do well.
But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer.
Yes, I've eaten-ish, but I'll be eating better tonight.
Oh, Susato, you go to such lengths for me?
I am going to my parents' house this evening, so that we can leave early to go to my sister's house tomorrow, and then I'll be staying at my sister's house until Thursday, which is then Thanksgiving, and then on Thursday, that's when my husband will also meet us at my sister's house, and then I'll go home with him. So. Going places indeed.
Of course, you're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Oh no, I have complete faith in you.
Ray.
It's just so strange though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judiciary assistant already. And yet, just because you're a woman. What a wretched reason. I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing.
Ray? Please don't look at me like that, with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just...
Yes, you really do look so dashing. Yes, you did mention that once or twice. You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man.
I am pleased, I think. It has certainly helped to bolster my confidence today.
Ad starts in a minute.
Ray, you're managing to pull on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders have slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly.
Slumped. She says slumped, not slumped. The Jewish shimmy is coming out.
Susato, you really do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, Murder. Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence. Which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be by your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. What it means so much to me, Susato.
Oh, ad starts quicker this time.
You said there's an ad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an ad break right now.
I can't see it.
Oh.
I can see the message warning that, oh, there's gonna be an ad. Sometimes it works. So, how are you doing today, Floof, Mammy?
What did you cringe inside about, Kichi? How am I doing? Okay, I think.
You cringed inside about what? Like random noises. Blah 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 blah.
Maybe at the fact that... Oh. Situation. Maybe also the fact that... Why? What? Honey?
No, I don't know. That's elevator music. Whatever.
No, it's not. That's Jeopardy music. That's saying you're taking a long time.
Oh, yeah. That's true. That's true.
Taking my head.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get
Kichi, do you feel like it's just too corny or something? Is that why? Kichi's like, I'm too good for this. What happened to the murder? The intrigue? The hot characters? But yeah, that swan lady comes out again.
There's a lot of hot guys in this game. Where are the hot girls? There's only pretty girls. Where are the hot?
I think this one is short though. So we have Susato, Ray, Giselle, Brett, Giselle. Say, is this like Braille? Zale. Giselle. Your name is Giselle. Is the like fancy swan lady. We have the cranky, nasally prosecutor. Should be fun. There's the inspector guy who has those glasses who was like choking blood that last time. We have the nervous Japanese guy. And yeah, so this first one should be smaller. I'll come back. Spoke Taylor Town all alternate costumes. Can I turn those on already?
Let me try and put them on first. Hey, Ren, how you doing? Thank you so much for the sub. We appreciate you.
Oh yeah, Shrump became Shrump again.
Fuck.
Oh, what is this?
Alternative outfits. But there's so many.
So that you can play the games with those outfits?
Yeah. They can only be used in the second game, so there's so many there's like all these short extra episodes as well. This game has a lot of content. Perhaps too much content. I need to remember to message you guys. Oh yeah, okay.
Hey, Memi, it's saying over there that feel free to ask for a recap. What's the recap for this?
There's no recap.
Damn.
I got the achievement for wearing new costumes though. Defendant counsel. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty.
Oh. Stand aside!
I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast. Well, Susato, you've certainly surprised your father, going at such lengths to be admitted to the courtroom and with no prior experience of being a lawyer.
There was simply no other way. That's all there was to it.
But father...
You haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this?
Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I didn't want to burden her with that.
And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because who the victim was?
We should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I do what I can to support my student.
Thank you, Father. I'm Susato Mikotoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times have I wished that he were here? I wonder. Still, I have no choice but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san.
13th August, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicia, or one. Can't really take her seriously when she's wearing that outfit. This court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Ray Membami.
The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellence.
Defense counsel, are you ready?
Yes.
Yes, Your Excellence. We are ready. And now she's the one with the nervous eyes.
Ready.
Maybe I should... I'm gonna change her... I'm gonna save this and change her clothes back for immersion purposes.
Yeah, because she's wearing certain clothes right now that are not the usual ones.
Yeah. Or so they claim. But I got the achievement, which is the important part. I'll keep that on him though.
Can you take him seriously in that outfit? Keeping it for the laws. Yes, Council. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaro Naruhodo, is that correct?
Sorry?
Oh yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this little venture. So I'm afraid to say, I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Well, Council?
Yes, that's right. That's me. Yes, I am Ryutaro. Ryutaro, who is vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan.
Ah. Seems Ryutaro has may need to consider how to better uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen.
Naruhodo? A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. By the name Naruhodo. Wouldn't that perchance be...
You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program. This is,
his cousin!
That's right. Ryutaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any Tokyo preeminence lawyers.
On any of them!
What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has called on a country boy.
Dare you! Sato is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. I won't have you making fun of her.
Her?
Oh,
Please be careful, Ray.
Tish.
What an unrefined tomboy we have.
But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not.
I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand why Naruhodo goes through. Like it or not, my eyes all want to flit. The case being heard in this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire.
Just like that trial 9 months ago. And yet for proceedings for such an importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock? Dear me.
Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense. Yeah, Kichi. To determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now. This same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this should be easy. So, Counsel, do you consent to answering a few simple questions? Oh, she's cute.
All right, it's time to prove myself. Yes, Your Excellence. Please do make them simple.
You said those slaps?
She also slaps herself like Naruhodo.
I think she's trying to channel him. Very well, to start with. You will state the name of the victim.
Ooh, that's simple. I couldn't forget that name if I tried.
What's the matter?
Now I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else. Something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, mine, sir, want to be blank.
It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position, and in that guise, even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter under the circumstances.
Oh dear, this is a dismal failure.
Don't fret. You only need to use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem.
Of course, the court record.
Yes, the answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record. That's right, just use E to open the court record. Yeah. Don't take too long. He's watching you. Alright, check the court record. That's where the information I'll need will be. By the way, yeah, so the victim, she was found guilty of murdering John Wilson, who is Iris's dad. You know, joke on Watson. And the lawyer at that time was Naruhodo. He is like you. I'm waiting, counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case?
The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss 𝗟𝗶H𝗸𝘀.
Brett. The name that would never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why, then, is her name indelibly associated with our empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago, but if that's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is in the court record.
Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything.
Giselle, I've done do this a few times before, I remember. I would say he is like, but who's... Are you saying you secretly voiced the dad? I'm confused.
Giselle Brett. Behind the women's student persona was the face of a killer.
Yes!
9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the 𝗟𝗻𝘀 University was killed. And the culprit was Giselle Brett.
Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Great Empire of Britain, and it was at the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Migatopa. Yes, I was indebted to the man. He had been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter of the government wishing to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here in the Supreme Court. A student of the 𝗟𝗻𝘀 University was arrested on suspicion of murder. Oh yeah, I remember. Kusama was the one who was actually the lawyer, and it was Naruhodo who was the defendant. The second-year English language student of the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense and exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the court reached its conclusion.
Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided she should be removed to Shanghai, China instead.
Why Shanghai? There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of our Empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship.
And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed.
Only the day before. That will do. I am satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant.
Oh. Thank you, Your Excellence.
Oh, the first hurdle. Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor 𝗟𝗀𝘀𝘀. I forgot his name was 𝗟𝗀𝘀𝘀.
As you wish, Your Excellence. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th August in broad daylight. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under a bright blue sky and a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung, an injury which proved fatal. There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death, Miss Brett in her bathing attire, and the accused, 𝗟𝗶ጵ. The Membami is such like a not, like, in my head does not read as Japanese. So it's really hard for me to say. Membami.
Membami.
Membami. For sure we can't leave it behind. That's such a random question, Carl.
Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady.
Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say.
That's certainly true. The prosecution's summary was full of words that to raise an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution's counsel on what he said.
About...
If I may, Prosecutor 𝗟𝗀𝘀𝘀. What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student? I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot. Ha! My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that a bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skin's... No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, in all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea?
Ark and Noah's Ark.
For old time's sake, I believe. Sorry? Miss Brett was set to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply. But on what grounds should we agree to such a request?
Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal.
Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong. But in fact, a murder took place. I said, don't look at me. It was that young student girl who did it, not I. No one has proved that yet.
I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to.
At this stage, I need to gather more information, I think.
As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up on the prosecution what he said about being together alone.
Membami-san. Yes, what is it, Naruhodo-san.
I'm really starting to wish we had made my alias Naruhodo Susato. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place, and why you were alone with her.
Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There was other people present, a detective guarding Miss Brett for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all. But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there can only be one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett in their bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life. No. Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again. I may refrain from conjecture, counsel.
The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that, but for now, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him go, do.
Oh dear.
This really is terrifying, but Father's right. We need more information. As a lawyer, I ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about a powerful motive.
You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement. Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand?
I beg your pardon?
No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? 𝗟𝗶ሔር𝗸𝘀, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe. Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor 𝗟𝗶H𝗀𝘀 in his laboratory at the moment.
I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility.
Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Professor 𝗟𝗍𝗀𝗀, whose research were you assisting on then? Oh, well, I was studying under John H. Wilson.
Dr. Wilson, the visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago.
The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true? Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man. Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the Englishwoman who killed him. Well, it's obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred. Oh no, Ray! Be careful what you're saying. Oh.
The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellence. I believe we all have a clear picture now on the incident. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration and instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Wei would have encountered each other on a number of occasions. Seeing the murder of the mentor for which he had such great respect, enjoying such undeserved liberty. Yes, even if it were only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment. Poor Ray.
Oh, Your Excellence. If you would be so kind as to peruse this exhibit. A photographic print shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident. Yes, thank you, Counsel. A tragic image. As you can see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden.
The court will accept this photographic print as evidence. As I understand it then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant.
Well, Your Excellence, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions are beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence. Witnesses? But who?
Sorry, I got a text from my mama. My mems.
One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt. Ugh.
Very well then, counsel. Bring forth your witnesses.
Takashi Tsuchi Aochi, have been waiting for this moment. Sorry? Oh yes, I haven't forgotten. That trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse, where that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me. Arr! Bayunatsuki Naruhodo.
Yes?
This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgotten.
You've become conceited with age, counsel. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget it. Oh, that's why his hair fell. Wow. You grew a little bit back, though. Demi, did you see that?
Yeah.
Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut, and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died. The start of your own mini-Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Council? Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle on top of my head. Observe the Aochi growth. You see, this seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown. I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see. But where is the hope exactly? I said silence! Today, I face another yokel student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you, and my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You've been warned.
And with that, I think it's practically for religious reasons type of thing, but it's like being Japanese instead. And with that, the prosecution calls a witness to the stand. It looks like the stakes are high on both sides of this trial. The prosecution and defense each have much to lose. A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life. Turtle.
They are here again. Why is there a turtle?
Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court.
Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I am in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. And well, the next big thing in books, the author renowned throughout the capital, in fact, yes. So, soon to be sold out, the satirical I Am Cat, Sensational Success by Soseki Natsume.
Oh my goodness.
Struggling student from the provinces, please, you need to be in awe of me.
I needn't.
It's only natural you'll feel nervous in my presence, but all of you, please, relax. Call me Soseki, even.
Yes. What on earth is Soseki doing here?
Tread carefully, Susato. What the author fellow knows... That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for what you really are, this will be over before it's begun.
Yes, of course, I know. I presume Soseki-san won't have forgotten about me. I certainly could never forget about him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months, so it's been so that's since I've seen him. And as for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe.
Do I have something on my face?
Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see.
Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either. Ah, I suppose it's this disguise, isn't it? I thought appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. It is my gathering principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why Imperial Police Bureau detective might be present.
But why? What business did a writer such as yourself have to be at the scene, Sasaki-san? Ah, well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture on the morning of the incident in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less.
Ah, at Yume University?
After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the Medical Science Department. The professor over there, in fact.
With Professor Mikotoba?
Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about 2 former students who had studied in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never left me alone. They secretly spy, snapshots, scribbling stories, and scupper my privacy! As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies.
Thank you very much. You practically threw that paper at me.
Saseki article has been entered in the court record. Anyway, following my interview with the professor, let's see what this thing is about. What the fuck?
Get.
What is with this? This seems kind of sus.
What seems kind of sus? Oh, yeah.
Signs.
The lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory under strict surveillance, of course. At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her. The detective I am at liberty to divulge was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Thereby, the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems. It was extremely challenging to clear all the other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. But fortunately, I am at peak physical condition at the moment, so I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly. Oh my, Inspector, you do have something on your face now.
Oh, how unsightly. I do apologize.
Does that mean you went to the beach too, Father?
No. Fortunately, I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, that meant that, as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place.
Oh, of course. Being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation.
Ah, but if only I had, I'd never see that awful sight. It's relentless, racked by remorse and regret. Very well, and now I must ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all things you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. Of course, Your Excellence. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret I am. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch the crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes! That young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, and she stabbed wildly! I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she had stabbed the victim multiple times. Indeed, it does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here saw it. The very moment of this heinous crime.
What? Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes, that was it. Damning evidence.
What have you there, Counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellence. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears at her dying moments with her final ounce of strength. The victim clutched a pen of evidence that would positively identify her killer.
What?
Your Excellence, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more. Ah, goodness me. Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately in her hand. That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellence. The owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. R.M. 𝗟𝗶ጵ𝗹𝘀. The initials of the defendant. No! This fountain pen would be admitted immediately as critical evidence. So, have I omitted anything? Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel. I don't understand. The prosecutor ouched you of 9 months ago has none of this man's poise. Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo-san. Naruhodo. That means... Oh, yes. There's another Naruhodo in my courtroom? Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom. Cousin Ryutaro, pull yourself together, please. Alright. I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistency in the witnesses' statements and testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would cross-examine, or would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. The witness scene. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes, that young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she had stabbed the victim multiple times. Objection!
Objection.
That accusatory cry welled up from inside me. I think I finally understand. Every time Kusama-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed. What's the meaning of that menacing pose, counsel? I'd like the witnesses to clarify something for me. Who? What? Where? When? Who? Not to you, Soseki-san. This query directed at Inspector Hosonaga. And me. In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. And yet, that cannot be. What? Get to the point, please, counsel. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed 1 time only. Ah! In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed. Oh. And Soseki-san... Me? You claim to have seen Membami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim. Yes, I did. Wildly. Both you and the inspectors confirmed the same point, that there was already blood on the knife you saw the defendant was holding. Yes, and... It's quite simple. We know that the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there's no way that could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. Ah, true! Then what exactly is your contention, counsel? Are you ever going to tell us?
Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Soseki-san saw was in fact not the moment of the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment the defendant, in fact, withdrew the blade from the victim's body.
That can't be.
Eee!
Oh, ew. Excellent work, Susato. You exploded at them with that objection and proceeded to pull them apart systematically.
Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staging a scene much like this one in that trial 9 years ago. Half-witted child with a half-baked objection, attempting to steal the show.
You're right, there were certain similarities. Except the so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who was only half a head of hair.
Slander! My head is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of distance. Just the difference.
What? Why not?
Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon inside the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife already had tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. All you've successfully shown in your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance.
I think that probably goes without saying.
I'm in agreement with the
I'm in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion.
But if she was withdrawing the blade, then we are back to where we started.
Sorry?
Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is as innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim, and with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too? The prosecution demands an explanation, and it had better be good.
Why did Ray pull out the knife? Ah, yes. Go for the jugular.
Huh?
What does Father mean by that? Let the court hear your answer then, counsel.
Truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife out of the victim's body was surely so she can... according to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant.
That is correct. Oops. That's correct. It's thought that she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury.
Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence, it clearly indicates her killer.
But the point is, being a medical research assistant, 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀 was compelled to act faced with a wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life.
Did you hear that, Your Excellence? It would seem that this is the best you can expect from this young yokel.
Indeed.
Just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here?
Your Excellence, if I may. Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify, in respect to the slipshod assertion made forth by the yokel defense counsel, I mean.
Slipshod? An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel, hopeful as has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense.
Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense counsel's assertion. Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge of any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife out from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Is what you said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? Yes. Think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until the doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper should not be removed. Oh, I see. Ha! This is why yokels stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given anyone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it. What? You implied you've poked people with knives? Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a knife out of a wound, so... Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you out to behave like a bandit. Father, is that true, what they're telling me? Yes. It's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Wei would have been well aware of that. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, would prove fatal in many ways. But then why would have Ray done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge and let it be fatal for Miss Brett? I do not know. Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but... Could my friend have actually have... Susato-san. Susato. Yes. Pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Ah. Counsel, it is time for your cross-examination. Oh, yes, Your Excellence. However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue in the established facts, I will be moving my education immediately afterwards. I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard. I wanted to see the thing about pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull out the knife from the victim.
Hey, Mimi.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go have dinner.
Okay.
Thank you for the stream. I don't know if I return in time.
Probably not, but you're welcome.
I'll try to return for the raid.
Okay.
Good job today.
Thank you.
Alright. I'll try to be quick. 1 demi-2 and a half.
Okay,
BRB.
Half a demi-2. Let's not forget that the young student had a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defense's highly respected mentor. Oh, thanks, Kichi. I'll probably go on for another 30 minutes max. This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would have threatened Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. So Sato, it's times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. The fundamentals? Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it? Of course. But I've been through the court record dozens of times. I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it further, in further detail too. Huh. I realize it's your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom, so you may need reminding of the rudiments. You need only ask. I'll do my very best to help. Examine the evidence in the court record.
That's an idea, certainly. What should I do? Come to think of it, Kusama and Naruhodo-san were always turning evidence around over and over in their hands. This is the newspaper from 𝗟𝗟𝗀𝘀-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume University Research Laboratory. From Yume's medical research? Father, isn't that your lab? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen? It's this morning's paper that 𝗟𝗟𝗀-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know? As embarrassing as it is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I haven't heard a word of such thing. Where on earth could that reporter have gleaned his information? Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning the story in our paper this morning, was there? It's highly toxic poison. They would have been working in the strictest of confidences. I'd put Ray in charge of the project. Ray? She was managing it? If what is written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow. I don't believe it. You need to read this article very carefully. Extreme mitosis, pupil constriction was observed in both eyes. He probably was poisoned. We take off the pen's lid. Nothing appears to be obviously out of ordinary here, does it? Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink. Yes, you fill it by drawing the ink from the bottom through the nib. Is something wrong, Father? It's just that it doesn't seem to actually appear to be any ink there. Okay, sleep well, Kyo. Good luck with your election. Allow you. It just doesn't seem like there's actually appear to be any ink. Oh yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. Night-night. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Lab. Following a lecture at Yume by 𝗟𝗟𝗀𝗀 Natsume on the 11th of August, it has come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or a wound. You know what I think happened? Oh my god. Evan, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate you. What are you doing? Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Currently, methods cannot detect newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. What time is it for you, Evan? Evan. What's up? Oh. Are you on the West Coast by any chance? How is it that you're already managing to sub a second time when it hasn't even been a month? I guess someone gifted you a sub, but you didn't actually sub
again until just now. That's amazing. I'm pretty good. I'm actually gonna be ending soon. Because I usually end at 5. But please enjoy what we have so far. Callie, yeah. Sorry, I'm so sorry I keep asking. The reason why I'm asking is so I can, like, basically take note of it and then not have to ask again. Because I hate being that person that asks a million times, but also at the same time I can't remember which people weren't, like, comfortable with it, so... Yeah. Thank you for bearing with me. I'll remember for next step. Also, ad start in 15 seconds. But yeah, so I think that she licked the pen because sometimes people will lick pens to get it started. I think that's why she probably... I don't know about the blade, but yeah. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Such symptoms would be suggestive of toxin. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to be commissioned by the military. Yeah, what's your theory? But like, she has the constricted pupils. She definitely has some poison in her. Why does she have multiple masks? Could that be a bottle of it? Where's the blade? Yeah, I think that's what they're trying to imply. Okay, just another minute, 30 seconds. Evan, have you played Ace Attorney before? If I asked you this before, I'm so sorry. I have the memory of a goldfish sometimes. But I am earnest in wanting to, you know, get to know people more. Also, we just reached 400. So on December 14th, we are going to have a big stream. Welcome back. We're gonna have a big stream on December 14th. It's okay, no worries. So we just reached 400 followers, and we're gonna have a big stream on December 14th. So I hope to see you there. Before I was asking, like, have you played Ace Attorney before? And then I was like, oh my god, what if I already asked this before? Sometimes I have the memory of a goldfish is really what I was getting at, so. Oh. Are you familiar with the meme? So it's like, objection! This is the Chronicles version, so basically like historical. Oh, really? Oh, you know what? I feel very flattered. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's a mood, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, we've gone through the entire trilogy. The first trilogy. We're now doing Chronicles, so it's basically like their ancestors, and you see a lot of similarities, but it takes itself a lot more seriously. And then we're going to Apollo Ace Attorney, which will go back to the more silliness. But yeah, it's a lot of fun to voice. If you have any other emotes that you think that you'd like to see memified, let me know. Also, we have this new one. Looks like this. Oops. I keep forgetting you can't get rid of the
spaces in Twitch, only Discord. Yep. Yeah, boy. Isn't there a different one we did as well? Anyway, yeah, been getting back in. There was a special request. It's just fun, you know. Takes up a lot of space, but it's worth it. Also, welcome back, everyone. But yeah, Kichi, I agree. I think that it was in the reservoir, and I think she licked the pen. Yeah, the gacha is a favorite of mine. The first two are based off images that already exist, and I just memified them. The last one is just like, well, I could do a sip emoji, but I'm a cat, so I figured I'd lick instead. Ah, by the look in your eyes, I see it's coming back to you. Going through the court record again might have a thorough look at everything. You might find a clue. Yes, I'll do that straight away. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. It's basic knowledge of any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife out from the victim. Present.
Objection!
No, there's one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. What? A yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but also is a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you can have identified? It's here. It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at Imperial Yume Unit. The victim perished from a stab wound. The poison has no relevance in this case. But, Prosecutor 𝗟𝗀𝘀, you will let the defense speak. But, it's a newspaper article. The court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry. Counsel for the defense. I am going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion. Your Excellence. Oh yes, of course. Thank you. Bray would never have done something further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled out the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where... The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body, a knife laced with the poison is rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. Are you suggesting? Oh yeah, this has been me for the past like 100 hours. Are you if the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison? I'm just not used to doing this many British accents or like European accents because normal Ace Attorney takes place in America, so this has been a boot camp in the British. Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. What?
Objection!
This is completely and utterly nonsense.
Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility. Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document. Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold. Oh, please, this is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information from this wretched newspaper is at all reliable. Anyway. In that situation, what student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potential lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense. Thank you for the lurk. Exactly. Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, yokel? Why did Raves suspect the stolen poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. What? You can't possibly. From your expression, Counsel, it would appear that those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in the courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are not of value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence. Yes, Your Excellence. I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times, from my place in his side in the Old Bailey. In that case, Counsel, you will present the proof of the court row. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article? Present. I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis and pupil constriction was observed in the victim. Ah! Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that there's an unusual symptom of death? Well... Under normal circumstances, the pupil dilate when someone dies. If there was an extreme constriction instead. That's most certainly unusual, yes. What are you doing, you yokel detective? In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occur in minutes, ending with an acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. What? The defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had been constricted severely. Yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt. Prosecutor 𝗟𝗀𝘀, I think you'll agree that this is very compelling evidence. You yokel student, yokel professor! I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions. No. Eugene Mikotoba. Yes, Your Excellence. I believe you are the best place to compare to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. Why are my eyes all weird? You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in the newspaper, please. It pains me to have to admit it. But I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know. The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. You mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellence. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say. Ha! Listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads in the newspaper. I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision. Father. A pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them to allowing them off on killing sprees. That's totally unfounded. None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault. Really? Membami-san, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated. It was me. I was the one who noticed the poison we were developing had been stolen that day. What? So you knew? I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was that day that the professor and Soseki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was. Why did you let me know immediately? I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else could find out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was. The thief? You don't mean... Yes, of course. It was that dainty Englishwoman. It's 𝗟𝗋𝗀𝘀. That's why I decided to join the little group of people going onto the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool in the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as she knew she was untouchable. I knew it was you who'd stolen the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then she suddenly got on her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they shrunk to tiny pinpoints. I don't believe it. In other words, you realized that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison. My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I had been with her, which left only one possibility for the poison to have entered her body, on the blade of the knife in her back. And the train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade. Yes, the amount had entered her bloodstream was small enough she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time. Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage in which you have confessed in the end. Thank you. Your Excellence. It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted slightly here, in this courtroom. Your Excellence, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say. Well, 𝗟𝗏𝗻𝗀-san, if that's the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed. Oh, well, you have no answer, because the simple truth, that is, you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge. But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you? Oh. I have evidence, and it's very much conclusive. What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there, almost as if I'm sure of it. Hey, 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝘀.
Back.
Welcome back.
Hello. Thank you.
We got a new Trump, or return Trump.
Oh, is it Evan?
Evan.
Or Evan?
Yeah, I think it's Evan.
Oh,
Evan's
welcome back.
Welcome back, Evan. Californian Evan. I shall not forget. Because I think they were gifted a sub, but then they were, they followed on the 4th of November, but they just redid their sub, because they really liked the crying emoji. That's how I'll get them.
I love it.
They don't have to watch my stream, they just have to love my emotes.
I love that.
I mean, low-key, that's motivation, if anything, you know? To do more emotes.
Yeah.
Perhaps some praise is due, young yokel student. What?
Wait a minute!
Thank you so much for the follow, Wild Kitty! Oh my god! Oh!
Oh! The thing!
The thing! Thank you so much! Maybe it's because they can hear my voice. I'm losing my voice. How are you doing, Wild Kitty? Do you find me from the furry tag or the VTuber tag? Okay.
I'd imagine there'd be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you've brought this on yourself.
What the? Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty of the air and the beach is almost palpable. But she was pulling it out. That was the whole thing she just said. Aw. Thank you. Well, one kitty to another. I thank you. You make my head beat. I'm actually... Kitty, where are you from? Because I'm gonna be ending soon, unfortunately, because I usually end at 5. But I'm really glad you came in before. It will.
Thanks, Frey. Oh god, no, all the cats are on my desk. The desk is shaking. Why are you so fat, Django? You're so fat. It's not even really that he's fat. He is fat, but he's mostly furry. He took Theo's place on the cat tree. Cat bed. Rip.
Loved Wallet.
Yeah. Sometimes we have cat cam. Oh, Wild Kitty. By the way, we have on December 14th, which is a Saturday, we're going to have a really big stream to celebrate 400 followers and the channel's anniversary. So fun times then. Come out and hang out. It'll be a long one.
Maybe he's not allowed to sleep, JK.
And we have cute emotes. Like this. Anyway. Oh right, also my name is Mammy Cat and I'm a live 2D rigger. And I do games and I'm an artist. And yep. Hope to see you between now and then though too. We always like new friends. Okay. Yeah. That was my first one, actually. It ages well, I think.
Such a classic.
Yeah, the classic is the perfect word for it. This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature. For it shows the precise moment that Membami-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back. No, that's not true, no! I don't believe it. Ah! I don't know why everyone's freaking out. They literally just said that she pulled it out because of whatever, so why couldn't this be the last moment? Order! 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 Counsel for the defense. Oh, Demi's first a little bit of context.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what you did that what happened? Was it you or is it someone else that thought it was spam?
Oh, I think it was automatic.
Yeah, but who just sent the message?
Well, Kitty sent a message that was deleted immediately.
Oh, weird. I don't know.
Oh, I don't know.
So she was stabbed in the back once, and maybe it was a link. Was it a link? That could have been it. Because links get automatically deleted until if you hang around enough, we can give you regular status, and you can. Oh, that a lot of that's stupid. Why can you see deleted messages? What the heck, Frey? You're pulling a Sora right now. Sora has like a ripped cracked Discord.
Are you able to see the content of the deleted messages, or that a message was deleted? I can see when a message was deleted.
Yeah, I can't see the contents either. Sometimes I can, but not this one. But yeah, so Demi, just to give you some reference, she had one stab in the back that seemed believed to have punctured her lung, and her eyes are really constricted, which is strange because usually they dilate when they're dead. Oh, I see, Frey. And so they found an article at the back of this paper that was talking about some poison that had been stolen, and that can be administered through a laced knife or through the mouth. And so something that the defendant is known to have done is take out the knife, or that's what they're saying, is like took out the knife. Oh, thank you. I appreciate the flowers. I like flowers. Wait, let me finish. So this poison article, she had taken out the knife from her back, which is the picture that they just showed. And they're saying like, well, she's a medical assistant. Everyone with an ounce of whatever knows that if you take that out, it's basically like taking a cork out of a bottle. She could like bleed to death. It was like, oh, well, unless she had a good reason. And so she saw her eyes were constricted, so she thought that maybe it was poison. So that's why she pulled out the knife, because she might have more of a chance. And then there's also this pen, which is the defendant's pen, that has a little cap, that has a little space in the middle, and has a little bit of a. It looks like something where you can put some poison in. So we're just trying to figure that out.
I like where this is going. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Any questions?
Can you show me the picture? The photograph?
This is the one that we've had since the beginning. But they just showed one where Ray, the defendant, was standing over her with her hands like on the knife.
That woman was also the murderer of another crime? Or am I mistaken?
She murdered John Wilson.
Yeah.
Iris Wilson's dad.
Who's, yeah.
And the defendant was a student of his. So basically, she has a motive of revenge to kill Miss Brett, who was about to leave the country. And she said her reasoning was that she noticed that the poison was missing and she was scared, so she decided to go on this trip with them to try and get it back before that.
Okay.
Look at the
It's
wine.
another way to get more Japanese into the game, into the main, to the British Islands. So.
Oh.
Thank you for the explanation.
Kichi, I think
What's
you.
with the wine?
Well, why is saying? I think you mean wine, not vine.
Look at the wine.
Is it?
But he
is it
said
cork?
he said wine.
Yeah, he said wine, and then he said, and then he corrected himself, saying vine. But I think he did mean wine and not vine.
I know that Kichi, because of his country of origin, he sometimes says the
Yeah.
W as V.
I know. That's why I was saying, because he's done it
Yeah.
once before. But then, I'm like, you got it right the first time, dude.
He thought to himself, oh, maybe this is wrong. This doesn't sound right. The more I say it, less it
Yeah.
sounds good.
Okay, so basically I need to find a safe place to end, because I need to end stream so I can go to my parents' house, but yeah.
Oh, alright.
Okay, so counsel of the defense.
Preparation for Thanksgiving.
Yes. Was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courthouse? Blah, blah. Perhaps his voice has yet to break. These yokels are slow to mind and slow to mature. I'll show you who's slow to mature. Careful now. Susato is starting to show her face here. Thank you for the hydrate. But knowing that she was the one who stole it, was according to Ray, Miss Brett gave her a mischievous smile before she fell over dead, because Ray confronted her. Anyway, careful now. Susato's showing her true
Thank you
face
for the
here.
hydrate.
It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. The court will now accept this extremely cognate photograph as evidence. Incriminating photograph has been entered into the court record. I can't believe he had a photograph like that up his sleeve the entire time. It's such a stock image. I'm genuinely lost for words.
Wait a minute. I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph?
Hey, wait a minute.
That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert the attention.
Huh?
Objection!
That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important.
Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking the photograph at once. Well, I'm afraid I can't do that. Pardon? You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday, but there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown. Goodness. Are we to understand, then, counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, that you nevertheless believed it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court? When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment, because you knew it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you? Silence, you yokel and blabbering professor! What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses. But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this wasn't the moment the knife was plunged in the victim's back, but the moment it was withdrawn? Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings. Indeed, without knowledge of who produced the print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene it captures is without doubt the most compelling evidence presented in the court. If the evidence is to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear. I think I might be able to get through this part. We'll see.
Susato, this is the time for you to fight. If you know what you've established so far, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim. Yes, we just need to prove that somehow. You'll have plenty of time to rue that your defeat on the slow train back to the Providences. And rue the day you came up against 𝗟𝗶H𝗀𝗀𝘀 in court of law. If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it. Well, Counsel? Your Excellence, the bird in question is who took the photograph. And the truth is... what's the truth?
Isn't it weird to think that, oh, if she's stabbing on that photo, will that other woman be already looking dead? Like, already fallen down? Like, who would fall first, get unconscious, and then get stabbed?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Doesn't make sense.
It isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photograph print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal. What? No, you can't possibly. As you so boldly claim you can, please enlighten us.
Give us your theory, Kichi.
Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name. How utterly underwhelming. You really believe you can...
However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity. Photographer.
What?
Very well then, Counsel. Present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the mysterious photographer?
Kichi, now's your final chance to guess before it's all revealed.
He's writing. I'm sure. Unless he's not writing. That are my only two options.
One of the witnesses with a 10% of it being an additional witness.
Oh.
Take that!
What is that? The newspaper again. Raucous England returnees tell all.
No, it's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellence.
It's the photograph.
If you look closely,
you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side. Ah, yes, indeed. They have already caught my eye, as it happens.
Ha! What of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably, from the branches of a tree or the like.
There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you.
Now, if you look closely at this photograph...
Good gracious! Yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph too.
Well, that tells us nothing. Ha! Yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely, from the branches of a tree.
There wouldn't be any trees growing inside the hut in the beach, Council. What's quite remarkable about it is the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired?
A curious matching pattern appears on both photographic prints as a result of...
camera defect.
Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs. With the photographic evidence?
Yes, we can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched, and that scratched lens caused unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device.
In short,
two photographs under consideration here were taken by the same camera.
But... There must be hundreds of camera devices here in the capital.
will be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one.
Objection!
I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor 𝗟𝗀𝗀, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article. A newspaper? That's right. The author of the article is the mysterious witness to this crime. Many more. Oh, I don't know. Actually, it is. Many memo. I see why you are called the raucous England returnee. What are you yelling about? You've already testified. It's many memo. I tell you, many memo. Many memo. 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝘀-san, what was that? Did you say many memo? Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Raiten Many Memo. Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk. Oh, now that he mentions it. As he secretly spies, snapshots, scribbled stories, and scupper my privacy. Could that be the same reporter be? A camera that has left to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with Raiten Many Memo. So you're saying that this picture was taken by Many Memo, yes! My lord, my excellence, Esquire! Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime. Oh, yes, your excellence. As you say, your excellence. At 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝗀-san's, I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Oh, does he? Meh. Many memo. Oh man, they didn't show his hands again.
The hands?
Yeah. Kichi was saying, look at his hands! Wait, look at his hands! And that is the end for today. Many memo.
Oh no, the episode is over. To be continued.
I should probably try and get the achievements for the first section. Finish all the first game ones, so then I don't actually overwrite. No, stop. I'm sorry, boy. Let me just look at the accolades real quick. I've dug around to find any arguments about shovels and spades. I've wrung your hands through every debate about ladders and step ladders. I've read every new idea on Iris's blackboard. Examine the bed. Oh, I missed this one. Having named 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀. Oh, right. Father Frustrator. I was supposed to name everyone else except Town 1. Okay, I can't look at the other ones, those are spoilers. And then these are completing of the... Okay. You get an award for being awarded all the other awards. Such logic. Oh, Jaco's so fluffy. He's just a round, fat ball of fluff. Okay. My throat.
You drink water.
Thank you, Carlo. It's not until Thursday, but I'm seeing my niece, my sister, but particularly my niece for the first time in a very, very long time. Like, she's practically a teenager at this rate. She's like 1 year old, so
She's like walking and kind of
Well, being-
talking and stuff. She's like not gonna remember who I am. You can't do standing desk rise and I'm gonna leave. It's just goes to waste.
The desk remains standing until next stream.
I mean, sure, could do that. I know, but I mean,
Okay.
I normally would have ended like 15 minutes ago. But I have to go because I have to do family things.
You're gonna help fill a turkey?
No.
What do you usually eat over there?
Oh, Evan is let's raid Evan. Evan is live right now. What are the
Oh.
odds?
Not Evan. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Evan gave us a subscription today, so let's give the love back. I'm glad you
Yeah,
enjoyed
boy.
your stay. Thanks, Frey, for being here. I love you guys. James, I hope you're doing well today. And we'll have a big hullabaloo on Friday or something.
Hey, Mammy, why
Yes.
are you in the corner with your eyes very wide open?
Because of, I don't know, the camera's being weird. Because the way it's angled, not straight in my face. What we do?
Freya was so wholesome today.
Freya's always wholesome. Let's be real.
Yeah, but today, she showed even more. I love you guys. See you next time.
See you on Friday.
Let's all give thanks to Mammy for producing entertainment for our brains.
It's definitely a challenge, but it's a lot of fun. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, Floof or Poof!
Oh, yeah, Floof
Do
or
we know how to do it? Is it command R like this? And
Alright.
like this?
Wait, hold on.
Yeah. Oh, but I think everyone.
Unidentified flying floof. Try this. I mean, if you're subscribed, you can do this one. Otherwise, do the one with the smileys. Oh, it's already in it already. Okay.
Oh, so we're not. Not the. We are not.
You can choose
no,
whatever you want. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Bye, guys.
Okay. Bye bye.